Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 411 to 430. It was a cloudy summer day with birds singing. The sky was full of rosy clouds like it was dyed with paint. It reflected upon the figures of the busily working laborers, appearing beautifully magnificent. On the edge of the field was an elegant and handsome figure, who made the slender figure beside him appear even more petite. The two people were Zhu Junyang, who had just returned from transporting wheat kernels to the capital, and Yu Xiaosao, who was supervising the tenant farmers to grow corn on the edge of the field. Look, this is the money from the imperial court for the purchase of the seeds. It's 5,000 taels in total. Put it away. Upon his return to the capital this time, Zhu Junyang had reported the output of Tanggu's wheat, which shocked the whole imperial court. The emperor and a group of ministers, who were concerned about the people and the country, were also elated when they heard the news. The high yield of corn was due to the fact that the crop itself was high-yielding and it was coupled with meticulous care. So although the officials were somewhat surprised at the results, they weren't in complete disbelief as they were now. After Minister Lu heard that they had planted winter wheat over at Tanggu town, he also planted some in the experimental fields at the imperial plantation in the capital. The best wheat seeds were selected, and a good amount of fertilizers had been used. They also had experienced old farmers taking care of the crops. Even though they had done their best in all areas, the yield still didn't exceed 400 caddies per mu. Minister Lu and his subordinates had also gone to check out the fields at Tanggu town. The soil wasn't as fertile as the soil at the imperial plantation, and the wheat seeds were delivered over from the capital. They had hired long-term workers to tend the fields. There wasn't a single aspect in which they were better than that of the imperial plantation, but their fields achieved an output of 600 caddies per mu, which was nearly double that of the imperial plantation. What exactly was the reason? It definitely wasn't due to Royal Prince Yang. Who in the capital didn't know that Royal Prince Yang had been detained in Prince Jing's estate for some unknown reason since he was young? Even if he went out, he would be followed by highly skilled martial artists. Had the emperor not forced him to take the task of growing corn, he might never have the chance to deal with farming in his life. He was the type of person who only knew about cooked rice and steamed buns, but didn't recognize rice and wheat. Minister Lu carefully made a conclusion and comparison. The only difference between Tanggu town and the imperial plantation was that the fields in Tanggu were managed by the Yu family. He had specially inquired the royal prince about the Yu family's farmstead, which was not too far from the 800 mu of farmlands in Tanggu. They had also reaped a high yield. The nearby plantations all ordered the improved variety seeds from the Yu family. The price of the wheat kernels had gone up to 50 copper coins per caddy. Minister Lu had specially compared the wheat produced by the imperial plantation and the grain transported from Tanggu town. He noticed that the wheat grains from Tanggu town's fields were a size bigger than that of the imperial plantation. Moreover, they all looked like a little fatty and appeared very full. He was also surprised to see the wheat ears that Royal Prince Yang brought back. It was about the same length as an adult man's middle finger, and it was almost twice as long as the ears of wheat produced by the imperial plantation. No wonder the output was so much higher. If they used these wheat kernels as seeds, would they be able to have a big harvest next year? To be able to reach a yield of 500 caddies per mu would also be considered a great improvement. There would still be people willing to buy it for a higher price, let alone 50 copper coins per caddy. In order to make a thorough comparison, the emperor had specially ordered people to grind the wheat from the two places into flour. They were made into steamed buns for the officials in court to taste. People should be content and not make unnecessary comparisons. The steamed buns made of the imperial plantation's wheat flour appeared like a humble maidservant compared with the steamed buns made of Tanggu's wheat flour. The imperial plantation's steamed buns were fine by themselves. They were just regular steamed buns with a decent taste. However, when compared with Tanggu's steamed buns, the results were apparent. Tanggu's steamed buns were white and plump, and they emitted an alluring smell. With a chewy mouthfeel, it had a sweet and delicious taste. Even though it wasn't some special dish, people wouldn't be able to stop after eating one. For the 2 steamer baskets of steamed buns, the officials only tried a small bite of the imperial plantation's steamed buns, and completely devoured the steamed buns made of Tanggu's wheat flour. 2 military officials had even fought for the last piece of bun, and nearly got into a fist fight. Zhu Junfan, who sat on the imperial throne, ate half a bun and yearned for more. Since he had transmigrated here, he had always eaten the steamed buns similar to that of the ones made of the imperial plantation's wheat flour. Without a flour bleaching agent, it appeared darker and had a sticky mouthfeel. It didn't taste as good as the high-gluten flour from his previous life. Today, he had finally eaten a delicious steamed bun that was white, soft, and fragrant. It was even tastier than the steamed buns he ate in his previous life. This must be the credit of his fellow transmigrator friend. How did she improve the wheat into this current version? Or could it be that she had a blessed spot to plant crops as her transmigration cheat? Wasn't it like this in all the novels? Transmigrating with a realm, farming in a transmigration void, personal realm, 100,000 mu of fertile farmland. Zhu Junfan was immersed in his daydream as he sat on his imperial throne, and totally didn't notice that his officials were about to get into a physical fight due to a steamed bun. Su Ran noticed that his master's mind had drifted far away, so he quickly coughed twice to remind him to pay attention to the two military officials. It was too embarrassing. They weren't beggars in the slum area, so was it really necessary for them to act this way for a steamed bun? By the time Zhu Junfan returned to senses, the two old generals, who were over 100 years old together, had already begun to fight. He loudly cleared his throat, and the people around the two old generals hastily pulled them apart. Seeing that the emperor had a displeased expression on his face, the court immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the two old generals' heavy breathing could be clearly heard. Zhu Junfan didn't know if he should laugh or cry, and said, "It seems like my beloved officials favored the improved variety of wheat from Tangu Town's plantation. We do too. There's such a big difference between the grain grown from the same seeds." WHT exactly is the reason. The ministers immediately began to debate. Some expressed that it was due to the water and soil, while some said that it was because of the climate. There were also some who said that it was related to the people who managed the fields. At this time, Minister Lu exerted Zhuge Liang's vigorous debate skills and refuted all of the factors speculated by the officials. The conclusion was somewhat mysterious yet irrefutable. As long as the Yu family participated in the process in the cultivation, their results would almost always be different from others. They grew early spring vegetables and sweet watermelons. They had a good harvest of corn despite the locust plague, and they also got a high yield of wheat. Facts spoke louder than words. Those who strongly opposed the Yu family becoming imperial officials earlier had stopped and no longer came out to voice their objections. Zhu Junfan smiled and said, "The Yu family is really capable. Especially the little girl from the Yu family. We heard that it was the 12-year-old girl who suggested to plant the vegetables, watermelon, corn, as well as the winter wheat. It seems like the one who is truly capable in the Yu family is this unassuming young girl. Your Imperial Majesty, I don't oppose the men of the Yu family joining the imperial court as an official, but, if your Majesty wants to promote the little girl, I'm afraid that the people will criticize the decision." Imperial Censor Yang jumped out again. This person was seriously inflexible and didn't know when to stop. Zhu Junfan chuckled and said, "Criticism. As long as the people have enough to eat and wear, why would we be afraid of some criticism? When we were still the heir of Imperial Prince Li, we had built a shipyard and constructed large ships. Weren't there also a lot of officials who said that we were wasting money and manpower? Those doubts were automatically disproved after we personally set sail to seek the high-yielding and stomach-filling sweet potatoes. Without those ships that we made, would we have the high-yield sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes now? Your Imperial Majesty is wise." The officials bowed to the emperor and were sincerely convinced by his foresight. Corn and potato had not been popularized, but they knew very well the importance of sweet potatoes. In the north, the number of people who died due to successive years of disasters was far less than that of previous years. Moreover, they were also able to quickly return to their normal lifestyles. In addition to the emperor's benevolence in tax reduction and exemption, it was also because sweet potatoes were high-yielding and suitable for all types of soil. Therefore, the victims of the disasters wouldn't die of starvation due to a lack of food. Since ascending the throne, we have attached great importance on the livelihood of the common people. For the sake of the people being able to fill their stomachs and wear warm clothes, we have been looking for experts who can promote agriculture. Now, an extraordinary talent in farming has appeared. Do we really have to give up on her because of her gender? Zhu Junfan asked in a very sincere manner. The bowing court officials didn't say anything, but Imperial Censor Yang still very tactlessly voiced his opinion. Emperor, you can reward her father and older brother. Beloved official Yang, the girl is still young, so her father and older brother can help her with the cultivation for the next few years. But what happens when she grows up and gets married in a few years? Her father and brother occupies her position but can't do much for the common people. Is our great Ming dynasty going to bestow positions to officials who hold the office and enjoy the privileges without making any contributions? Zhu Junfan spoke in a serious tone and questioning manner. He hated those pests who held on to a position without doing any work and didn't let others take over. However, these good-for-nothing officials still existed and there was no way to prevent them from clinging on. Imperial Censor Yang wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to reply to the emperor's words. He frowned and seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Seeing that the emperor was enraged, the other officials didn't dare to make any more comments. Zhu Junfan lightly sighed and said, let's discuss this matter again after we see the father and daughter of the Yu family. Junyang, send 100 caddies of the wheat you brought over to each official's house. Consider it a reward. Your Majesty, please don't. The officials were very happy and were about to thank the emperor when Minister Lu of the Ministry of Revenue jumped out and tried to stop the emperor's order with his life. Zhu Junfan was mentally tired off. He sighed and asked, beloved official Lu, what high opinion do you have? Emperor, the wheat kernels that Royal Prince Yang brought back are all plump grains, which makes them excellent seeds. This official thinks that the wheat should be used as seeds and planted around the capital. Your Majesty, imagine how many people will benefit if these seeds produce a high yield and are popularized all over the country. This official thinks that these wheat kernels should be stored as improved variety seeds and not be eaten as food. The officials were still reminiscing the taste of the white, plump steamed buns. When the emperor said that he would give the grains to them, their hearts burst with joy. With 100 caddies of wheat, they could grind 70 to 80 caddies of flour, right? Wouldn't they be able to make a lot of steamed buns then? It would definitely be enough to satisfy their cravings. What was wrong with this Minister Lu? To ask the emperor to retract his imperial edict, he was seriously harming others without any self-interest. Your Majesty, you stand your ground. Zhu Junfan felt very relieved yet tired to have an official who wholeheartedly cared about the common people. In fact, Minister Lu's words were quite reasonable. However, could he really not even reward these officials, who had helped him with a lot of worries, with a mere bag of wheat? Beloved official Lu, Royal Prince Yang has brought back at least 500,000 caddies of wheat. Giving each official in court 100 caddies would only use up less than 10,000 caddies. Although the improved wheat kernels are important, giving away a little bit is fine. The officials all nodded in assent and threw daggers with their eyes at Minister Lu, as if he was a sinner who had committed a crime that caused public wrath. Seeing that Minister Lu wanted to say something, Zhu Junfan quickly said, Chief Steward Su, pass on our order to summon the father and daughter of the Yu family to the capital. Beloved official Lu, we will assign the father and daughter to work under you, specializing in farming. Do you still be worried about not having high-yield seeds in the future? Perhaps, in the future, there will also be improved varieties of rice and millet. As soon as he heard that the father and daughter of the Yu family, who were farming experts, were assigned to the Ministry of Revenue, Minister Lu was so happy that it seemed like he had picked up 800 taels. He no longer worried about the 8,000 caddies of wheat kernels. As the emperor had said, with the two treasures, there would definitely be a lot of improved variety of wheat seeds in the future. After the court session ended, Minister Lu stopped and asked all sorts of questions to Royal Prince Yang, who was the most familiar with the father and daughter of the Yu family. Zhu Junyang was so annoyed with him that he almost exploded in anger. In the end, Minister Lu went back to official business. Royal Prince Yang, did Miss Yu say whether these wheat kernels could continue to produce high yield? Zhu Junyang had asked the same thing to Xiaoxiao before, and Xiaoxiao's reply was, if it's the first generation of seeds, then I can guarantee that an output of at least 500 to 600 caddies. However, I can't guarantee the same for the second generation of seeds. She was also clueless. The spiritual energy of the mystic stone water could help germination and heading of the seeds. Hence, the yield wouldn't be too bad. But, if the kernels were used as seeds, she didn't know whether they could continue to produce a high yield. Zhu Junyang also answered Minister Lu in the same way. Minister Lu felt somewhat disappointed in the answer, but if the first generation could be high-yielding, then the second generation shouldn't be too bad either. It would at least be better than normal seeds. Besides, even if the kernels couldn't be used as seeds again, they definitely didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. At least the grinded flour of the wheat could make delicious food. The next day, Zhu Junyang used the excuse that he needed to supervise the corn cultivation at Tanggu Town's plantation to leave the capital. At that time, Zhu Junfen had jokingly scolded, "A man's heart leans towards outsiders. It's hard to keep a grown son at home." This younger cousin of his always ran to the Tanggu area whenever he had time. Although he always successfully completed all his assigned tasks, he always finished them within the shortest amount of time possible. In addition, he would ask for a vacation right after he finished his tasks. He would run off to Tanggu Town, refusing to work. In the past, he had thought that this kid was very filial and freed up time to accompany his lady mother. However, it now seemed that the fellow began to understand how to please girls. The stinky brat had quite keen eyes. His little transmigrator friend was still just a budding flower, but he had already started guarding her all the time, for fear that she would be taken away by someone with the same keen eyes. Zhu Junfen thought of the 5,000 taels that he had been cheated of and couldn't help but feel angry. That stinky brat had actually let the little girl from the Yu family manage the 800 mu of fields at Tanggu. It seemed that in order to please the young girl, his younger cousin had gone all in. He had given away the 800 mu of farmlands without hesitation and reluctance. Now, he, the emperor, should be the one whose heart ached. The brat didn't lower the price even a bit for the nearly 50,000 caddies of wheat kernels and sold them to the imperial court at market price. Moreover, he even had an expression as if he got taken advantage of. It was wheat kernels produced by the Yu family's farmstead, but 50 copper coins per caddy was expensive. It almost seemed like the brat was unwilling to sell them for just 50 copper coins per caddy. He was resigned to his fate and took out 5,000 taels from the imperial treasury to give to the brat. No matter how difficult it was for his country, he couldn't let his people suffer. Zhu Junfen strongly suspected that the brat had an ulterior motive. If the plantation at Tanggu belonged to him, would he really be that shameless to take his imperial older cousin's money? That stinky brat was very cunning. The 5,000 taels of banknotes, which caused the emperor's heart to ache for a few seconds, was currently in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Her pair of big eyes were full of confusion as she looked at the young royal prince. "My lord, what do you mean? What are you looking at? Are you trying to compete with this prince to see whose eyes are bigger?" Zhu Junyang poked her forehead with his index finger. He thought that her cute expression was very adorable, and he really wanted to pinch her tender cheeks. "This money, you're giving it to me?" Seeing Zhu Junyang nod, Xiaoxiao continued to ask, "Why? Those who liked money would have a proper way to get it." She didn't want this money that came from an unknown source. It wasn't like she lacked money. At such a young age, your memory is quite worrying. Zhu Junyang teased her with a gorgeous smile on his face, and then he continued, "This prince has already given you the deed for the 800 mu of farmlands as a betrothal gift. Did you forget?" "Betrothal gift? When did you say you were giving me the farmlands? How come I didn't know about this?" Yu Xiaoxiao still had a bewildered expression on her face and didn't dare to withdraw her hands, which were holding the banknotes. "If I'm not giving them to you, then why did I give you the title deed?" Zhu Junyang didn't know what to do with this little muddlehead. Although he didn't directly say it at that time, he felt that his intentions were very obvious. She agreed to his pursuit and he gave her the title deed. In the future, everything that belonged to him would be hers. Wasn't that very clear? The corner of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched and she whispered, "I thought that you just wanted me to help you keep it for you. I thought you wanted me to help manage the fields more often." Little muddlehead. Zhu Junyang pinched her nose dotingly, and then said, "Do you understand now? Aren't you going to quickly put away the money? But we agreed at that time that if you found another girl that you liked, then we would split up. If you give me all land and money, you will regret it in the future. I won't give it back." She didn't know that, In Zhu Junyang's eyes, she looked like a spoiled kitten when she threatened people. She was scratching people with her palm rather than her claws. Zhu Junyang's heart softened. He ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "Rest assured, this prince has a very small heart, which can only hold you. Don't worry about me falling for someone else. This prince doesn't even want to take another look at those pampered noble young ladies in the capital." "You're wrong. In fact, all girls are angels who are lovely in their own ways. You can't generalize everyone just because of one special case." Yu Xiaoxiao felt that the young royal prince had the wrong mentality. There were so many noble young misses and girls from humble families in the capital, so there must be one that suited him. How would he know about their good sides if he didn't even try to understand them? Angel, messenger from the heavens. Zhu Junyang was already used to the weird terms that came from her mouth from time to time. He shook his head and said, "Let's leave those angels for others because this prince already has an angel sent from the heavens to save me." As he said that, he looked at Xiaoxiao affectionately with his charming phoenix eyes. "Devilish. He's too devilishly handsome." Yu Xiaoxiao got goosebumps from his staring. She quickly lowered her head, folded the banknotes, and carefully put them into her money pouch. Zhu Junyang felt very helpless. When will my little lass understand? When corn and potatoes were planted in the plantation at Tangu, several leaves of the leafy greens in the Yu family's farmstead's 20 mu of vegetable fields had already grown out. In a few more days, they should be ready to be reaped and sold. When Yu Xiaoxiao spread the news in Tangu town and the prefectural city that her family had planted vegetables, many people had been keeping an eye on them. There was no need to mention Junshou restaurant. There were also many famous restaurants and some old customers from Tangu town who expressed their desire to purchase the vegetables grown in the Yu family's farmstead. 20 mu of vegetable fields should be more than enough to supply the entire Tangu town and several restaurants in the prefectural city. Yu Hai had already signed a supply agreement with them, but they kept the practice of not providing delivery services. If they wanted to buy vegetables, then they needed to send a cart over. The Yu family was only responsible for picking and loading the vegetables onto the carts, but not delivery. Had it been another vegetable farmer, they would definitely send the vegetables all the way to their kitchens if they managed to get one of those families as their customers. They would be afraid that their services weren't good enough and that the customers wouldn't buy their vegetables. The Yu family, on the other hand, were big shots. Well, who told them to have such delicious and high-quality vegetables? In order to get a chance to purchase the Yu family's vegetables, those normally smug and respected stewards in Tangu town spoke in a soft, humble manner with a flattering smile. Not to mention that there was no delivery service, but they wouldn't dare to refuse even if they were ordered to personally go gather the vegetables in the fields. What could they do when it was considered an honor in Tangu town to be able to eat the vegetables produced by the Yu family? They were just that amazing. Since the plantation and farmstead were both on track, the father and daughter pair went back to Dongshan village to check on the progress of their house. As for the job of picking and selling vegetables after they were put on the market, Yu Xiaoxiao asked the steward of the plantation to help keep an eye on them. If they lacked manpower, he could hire some short-term or long-term workers, and he could also set the wage. Yu Xiaoxiao felt quite at ease with this steward. He had come from the Prince Jing's estate. To be able to become a steward, he naturally had his own abilities. After Zhu Junyang gave away the 800 mu plantation, he also gave away the slave contracts of the steward and servants of the plantation. Now, this steward worked for the Yu family. Steward Wang was very clear about his own position. His royal prince cared deeply about Miss Yu, and he was very determined to have her be his wife. Although he was given away as a servant, he would be able to return to work under his master when Miss Yu married over. In order to help his master to please Miss Yu, he must work even harder. If he ruined the royal prince's matter, he might sell him in a rage in the future. At that time, there was no use to even cry. His entire family worked in the Prince Jing's estate. Even the doorkeeper of the Prime Minister's estate was considered a 7th-rank official, so it was such a great honor to be able to work in the prince's estate. He couldn't ruin his entire family's future. Steward Wang did his best and worked wholeheartedly, and thus Yu Xiaoxiao trusted him even more. Not only was he responsible for the matters of the plantation, but he also helped keep an eye on the farmstead's vegetable fields. In actuality, as a steward, He didn't need to do everything himself, and he just needed to have a good grasp of the situation. His assistants, who he had trained for a long time, weren't just used as a piece of art. But, since Miss Yu attached great importance to the vegetable fields, he must visit more often and help his future mistress keep an eye on them. By the decree of the emperor, father and daughter, Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao are to enter the capital to meet his imperial majesty. Su Ran's figure stood firmly and appeared very spirited and radiant. He gave off the feeling as though he were a banished immortal that was above the common folk. This commoner girl accepts this decree. Many thanks to the emperor. As it was his first time receiving an imperial decree, Yu Hai was a bundle of nerves and almost did not manage to stand up from the ground as he had gone weak in the knees. It was only after Yu Xiaoxiao supported him that he was able to hold the imperial decree in his trembling hands. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the smiling Zhu Junyang who stood behind Su Ran. The both of them had their own distinctive features. In terms of appearance, one was devilishly charming and the other was otherworldly clean. One emitted a cold aura, while the other warm. They were both extremely beautiful men who were very pleasing to the eye. Noticing Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze, a comforting smile appeared on Zhu Junyang's cold face and he nodded at her, as though telling her that it was a good thing. Just as he smiled, flowers bloomed and the wind of spring blew for 5 kilometers, stunning Yu Xiaoxiao who thought that she was already immune to his charm. It's already come to such a situation, yet she still has the mood to appreciate beautiful men. Seeing that his youngest daughter gave no reaction even though so much time had passed, Yu Hai took out a piece of banknote worth 500 taels from his sleeve and reluctantly presented it to Chief Steward Su, stuttering, Chief Steward Su, this is a small token of my appreciation. Su Ran glanced at the Yu residence that was undergoing renovation. He did not reach out for the banknote in Yu Hai's hand. Instead, he smiled, making them feel as if they were bathing in the wind of spring. Master, you need not be so courteous. Yu Hai was a little undecided about whether or not he should keep the banknote. Could it be that Chief Steward Su thought the amount was too little? That could be the case, since he is the emperor's most trusted chief steward. Which side of society has he not seen? Why would he care for these mere 500 taels from his family? He should have taken out 2 pieces of banknotes just now. Yu Hai felt very regretful. Casually, Yu Xiaoxiao took the banknote from her father's hand and forcibly stuffed it into Su Ran's fair and delicate hands. She somewhat shamelessly smiled at him. Sir Su, we've troubled you to come so far from the capital, so just take this money as Xiaoxiao treating you to tea. Su Ran lightly pushed the banknote back. He did not seem to have used much strength, but it had managed to easily push away Xiaoxiao's enthusiastic little hand. He smiled slightly and his voice sounded gentle and warm as he spoke. Miss Xiaoxiao, if you sincerely want to treat me to tea, then you should personally brew the pot of tea yourself. The country wild tea you brewed last time for the heir of Prince Jing was quite lovely. It would be even better if it was accompanied by desserts. Seeing that he was adamant about not receiving the banknote, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that it would not look good if she continued to persist, so she went with the flow and kept the banknote. She stuffed it into her pouch and said to Chief Steward Su, Sir Su, my home is undergoing renovation, so it's a little more chaotic than usual. Please rest in the manor. Chief Steward Su, Zhu Junyang flashed a smile at Yu Xiaoxiao, smoothly continuing her sentence. Su Ran's gaze moved between Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao for a few times before he let out a faint smile. That's also good. Since I've come to Dongshan village, it is expected that I go and greet the princess consort. Towards the rest of the Yu household who were at a loss, Yu Xiaoxiao said, Father, you should go and pack your bags for the capital. Mother, can you see if we have any specialty products for us to bring to Godmother? Godmother likes to eat the bacon and dried fish that we make. Hearing the words of their daughter, the two of them were akin to waking up from a dream and immediately started to busy themselves. When he heard that he had to enter the capital to meet the emperor, Yu Hai was so nervous he tensed up completely and even walked awkwardly. His arms and legs would not listen to his commands, and his brain was also near giving up. He never thought that he would be able to have the opportunity to meet the emperor in the years he was alive. It was a real-life emperor, not the ones that appeared in operas. His life was now without any regrets. Madame Lu was a little tentative, so she turned towards her husband after the figures of Chief Steward Su, Royal Prince Yang and her youngest daughter disappeared into the stone pathway covered by trees, whispering, "Xiao Xiao's father, why do you think the emperor wants to meet us? Is it a good thing or a bad thing?" Yu Hai was also a little lost, replying with uncertainty, "I'm also not sure. Cower has followed Chief Steward Su. If she were here, even if she didn't know the reason, with her cleverness she'd still be able to make an approximate guess." The old village head, who had accompanied the Yu household to receive the imperial decree, held it in his trembling hands as he observed it. He was actually fortunate enough to be able to receive the imperial decree twice during his time as the village head. Even though the imperial decree was not directed at him, he still felt proud regardless. The first time he received the imperial decree, Hunter Zhao's family went to the capital and he even became a general. This time, the Yu family was about to rise to new heights with this imperial decree. He eventually returned the imperial decree to the Yu family, smiling as he comforted Yu Hai and his wife, "Don't panic. You see, the person who came to read the imperial decree is the chief steward. His expression was calm and treated your family warmly, and even Royal Prince Yang's face had a hint of a smile. It's definitely not a bad thing. Eldest nephew, good things are coming your way. When the time comes, don't forget to look after our Dongshan village." Village head is exaggerating. "I'm only a farmer. How could I be capable of looking after the village?" Yu Hai felt calmer now that he had heard what the village head had said. The village head smiled, his bearing now even warmer. "I'm guessing that your family did a great deal last time when we fought off the Woku pirates. Regardless, if it weren't for Xiao Xiao, our village would be faced with the threat of destruction like the neighboring village. If your Xiaoxia hadn't risked his life to relay the news to the garrison, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time and the harbor would have been awash with the blood of merchants, and their goods would be plundered, causing a huge loss. Considering your family's contribution, the emperor will surely reward you with a lot of good things when you arrive at the capital, maybe even a noble title or something. I'll borrow your auspicious words." Surrounded by fellow villagers who looked at him with gratitude and envy, Yu Hai cupped his hands together and made a deep obeisance before he went back to the Zhao residence to prepare the luggage he was to bring to the capital. Madame Lu also followed him up the mountain as the dried meat and preserved ducks and chickens in the ice house had not been ransacked by the Woku pirates. She could still pack some for them to bring to Xiao Xiao's godmother. When Xiao Xiao's godmother heard of the Woku pirates' invasion, she had hurriedly delivered an entire cart of supplies from the capital. The supplies included food, clothes and all of their necessities. She even sent 1,000 taels over for fear that they would be short of money because the village was completely ransacked. Her daughter was fortunate to have gotten such a sincere godmother. They did not have anything valuable to give her, and she did not lack anything in the capital. Thus, Madame Lu prepared some of their local products for Xiao Xiao's godmother to enjoy. Su ran, Zhu Junyang and Xiao Xiao casually walked on the path in the forest. In the early summer, the hot sun blazed in the sky, but a cool and slightly humid breeze could be felt along the shady path, giving them a comfortable feeling. Green was all that filled their sights, and when they turned around for a look, the blue surface of the ocean seemed like a badly polished mirror. The blues of the sky and the sea blended together until no one could tell where the line was in which they met. "This seems like a good place to retire." A light breeze carried the edge of Su Ran's pristine robes, making it seem as though he could fly away with the wind at any moment. Xiao Xiao could not help but stare. Zhu Junyang felt sour in his heart. His little lass used to only stare at him, but now she was cheating on him right in front of his eyes. This was too outrageous. He coughed heavily, reminding that little lass who watched other men until she forgot herself, be reserved. His cough did not pull the little lass back from her daze, but instead attracted the attention of Su Ran, who had been appreciating the view. He followed the jealous gaze of Royal Prince Yang, only to see that little lass lost in a daze as she stared at him. He outstretched his long hand that could be compared to that of a pianist's and waved it in front of Xiao Xiao's face, smiling. "Miss Xiao Xiao, what are you thinking about?" "Sir Su is like a god from the heavens who is above the common folk." Xiao Xiao mumbled her thoughts as though she was hypnotized. She quickly realized what she had said and her face immediately reddened. She lowered her head and pretended to be a quail. Bright laughter erupted from Su Ran. Since he was young, his appearance had only attracted vulgar, greedy and lustful desires. He had become the emperor's most trusted chief steward, and even first-rank officials had to be courteous with him, but he could still feel a lot of jealous and contemptuous gazes behind his back. It was actually his first time receiving such unadulterated appreciation and compliments. He was touched, but he also felt rueful. Yu Xiaoxiao was not aware, but Zhu Junyang knew very well that Chief Steward Su Ran's biggest taboo was comments about his appearance. Many of those high-ranking officials who desired him as their male bed servant because of his looks had eventually lost their position and died very horribly. The little lass was so blatant she was only one step away from saying he was beautiful. If he continued to let her speak, he did not know what kind of shocking words would come out of her mouth. Zhu Junyang quickly took a step forward and blocked Chief Steward Su Ran's line of sight. He wanted to say something to help the little lass justify herself, but he heard Chief Steward Su say with a smile, "Miss Xiaoxiao's culinary skills are so extraordinary that even the imperial cooks hold you in high esteem. If Su Ran doesn't eat cooked food, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't be able to taste Miss Xiaoxiao's craft? Wouldn't I be missing out on a lot of delicacies?" Chief Steward Su Ran wasn't smiling out of anger, right? He even has the mood to joke around. He probably isn't mad at the little lass, right? Zhu Junyang hurriedly spoke before Xiaoxiao could respond. "Let Xiaoxiao make some signature dishes for Chief Steward Su this afternoon as an apology." Apology. Royal Prince Yang has exaggerated. Su Ran's gaze lightly brushed over Zhu Junyang, seemingly slightly colder than before. He turned around and continued to stare at the place where the sky met the sea, feeling as though his mind had broadened just by watching the vast ocean. Yu Xiaoxiao was left confused. She glared at him and crinkled her nose as she whispered, "Why should I apologize to Sir Su? I didn't do anything wrong. Don't blindly cut into our conversation. Can't you see that Sir Su's mood was quite good before, but now he's displeased because you decided to cut in?" Zhu Junyang also felt that Su Ran was not as happy as he was just now. He tried to focus his attention to sense Chief Steward Su's thoughts, but she had a sudden realization. Eunuchs were always placed lower than the common folk. Even if he was a trusted and favored eunuch, many people still disdained him behind his back even though they treated him courteously. Chief Steward Su had experienced so much of this that it was natural that he had a deep understanding of the complexity and viciousness of the human heart. The little lass was pure at heart. In her eyes, Chief Steward Su was just like everyone else, and she would naively appreciate his appearance and get close to him because of his aura. Every reaction of hers towards Chief Steward Su was purely because of himself, not his identity, and she was sincere in her every compliment and gaze. As such, Chief Steward Su treated her differently. "Sir Su, this place backs the mountains while facing the sea, while the surroundings are beautiful and the feng shui is exceptional. When Sir Su retires, you can come here to pass off the rest of your days." Seeing that Su Ran liked this ocean view, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered before she grinned broadly. "Sir Su, can I recite you a poem?" Su Ran turned around, a warm smile on his face as he looked at her. "Oh. You also know how to recite poems? Don't underestimate me. At the very least, I've studied for 2 years with my county official little brother." Yu Xiaoxiao adorably rolled her eyes, clearing her throat. "From tomorrow onwards, become a blissful man. Feed horses, chop firewood, traverse the world. From tomorrow onwards, care for grain and vegetables. I have a house, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Ellipsis. Give every winding river and every mountain an endearing name. Stranger, I, too, wish you happiness. I wish for you a glittering path ahead. I wish for you to meet your lover, make a home. I wish for you to receive happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea, with spring blossoms." 1. Zhu Junyang secretly held his breath, resisting the urge to laugh. He did his best to maintain his emotionless face, but the slight tilt of the edge of his lips said otherwise. "Xiaoxiao, are you sure this is a poem? You're so uncultured, do you even know how to appreciate the artistic concept of poems?" Yu Xiaoxiao threw him a disdainful look. In her previous life, this lyrical poem written by modern poet Haizi, too, had been spread among the people for a long time, and it expressed the poet's yearning for happiness in his loneliness and desolation. It was just right for Su Ran's current state of mind. Su Ran faintly nodded his head. "Although Miss Xiaoxiao's poem seems more like an epode, it is comparatively freer than that. The artistic concept of the poem is clear yet deep, bright yet implicit, easygoing and hearty yet dignified and rich. It is indeed a rare, good piece. Facing the sea in the warmth of spring while the flowers bloomed. It was such a beautiful yearning. Perhaps it was the average little warmth that he longed for in his heart, but would never obtain. Su Ran took one last look at the calm ocean waters before he turned around and continued his steady ascent uphill on the stone steps. Among the favored eunuchs recorded in history, how many of them were actually able to smoothly retire? Most of them were unjustly blamed for the emperor. They became the person who had bewitched the emperor into his misdoings, and even in death they did not have a place to rest in peace. Right now, the emperor was still young. He was wise and loved his people, but what about the future? The human heart changed easily, so who knew what would happen in the future? Facing the sea in the warmth of spring while the flowers bloomed. Perhaps it would be the only yearning in his heart. Sir Su, I think you're more fit to be a recluse, living in the mountains facing the sea, a peach blossom tree beyond your door, and beneath the tree, a gukin. Yu Xiaoxiao felt moved by the scene she drew. Ah, a person who was akin to a banished immortal, playing his gukin as he sat beneath the brilliant peach blossoms, the breeze caressing his long hair as the edge of his clothes danced with the petals of the peach blossoms. It was such a wonderful scene. Su Ran climbed the steps quietly, slowly, as though by doing this, he would be able to get closer to the peaceful life she had made up, to the beautiful yearning in his heart. The edges of his lips faintly curled upwards, and it was as if he was no longer the person who commanded the emperor's hidden guards. He was no longer the head steward who could flood the court with blood in a split second, but instead a recluse who secluded himself in the forests, with a jug of wine in hand while he was surrounded by flowers, lying drunk in a forest of peach blossoms. In Prince Jing's West Mountain Manor, Su Ran stood to leave after he greeted Princess Consort Jing and drank the tea that Xiaoxiao had personally brewed. He was afraid that he might feel more and more reluctant to leave if he stayed even a while longer. Perhaps it was time he found a successor. Before leaving Dongshan village, he stood in front of his white, immaculate steed and passed a jade pendant to Yu Xiaoxiao, smiling as he said gently, "When you arrive at the capital, if you meet a situation that you can't resolve, take this jade pendant to Eastern Dwelling Distillery. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely help you." Yu Xiaoxiao took the jade pendant into her hand joyfully. It looked like an ordinary double-fish jade pendant, but the letter, Su, was carved on the back of it. Was it Sir Su's personal seal? Sir Su was the emperor's trusted head steward. With his backing, she could parade about the capital without fear. Many thanks to Sir Su. Here is some peach blossom wine that we made ourselves, and peach blossom tea that I personally crafted. If you don't disdain this gift, bring it back and try it. It wasn't polite to be gifted something and have nothing to give back in return. She didn't have anything else on hand. This homemade wine and handcrafted tea could help maintain the good health and youthful appearance of the consumer, and they were quite excellent in taste. Besides, it was the sincerity behind the gift that mattered, not the price, right? Of course, Su Ran would not disdain the gift. He smiled, replying, "There's no one in the capital who isn't aware that the peach blossom tea in the general's residence is fragrant, delicious to drink and even helps to maintain a youthful appearance and remove freckles." It was rumored that Lady Fang's freckles from her pregnancy had completely disappeared as a result of drinking this tea. Not only that, but she even seemed to have become a few years younger. Her complexion is much better than before. So this peach blossom tea that's so hard to procure is actually the craft of Miss Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao had no idea that the peach blossom tea she had asked her godfather to bring to his wife had caused such a big sensation in the capital. She was happy, and also fortunate that her godmother had not told anyone of the origins of the peach blossom tea. Otherwise she would never be able to live her life here peacefully. When she raised her head, she saw Sir Su's gaze that was filled with laughter and cleared her throat. This peach blossom tea not only helps to maintain one's youthful appearance, but it also helps to dredge meridians and replenish qi and blood, and this peach blossom wine will help to prevent diseases if you drink a small cup of it twice every day in the morning and at night. All right. I appreciate Miss Xiaoxiao's sincerity. In the future, I will definitely follow Miss Xiaoxiao's instructions and drink a small cup of it every morning and night. Although Su Ran still had his doubts about the effectiveness of the wine as the little miss had claimed, he instinctively felt that there were only benefits to be gained from drinking this peach blossom wine. Once Su Ran left, Xiao Cao hurriedly returned to pack her things for the trip to the capital. Naturally, Zhu Junyang would not leave her alone and accompanied her along, fearful that the little lass would be anxious. Although she was a little tentative, Xiao Cao was still calmer than her father after she found out from the young prince that their summons to the capital this time was a good thing. After all, she had entered the imperial palace and met the emperor and empress before. Oh, right, and the emperor emeritus, that adorable and esurient old man. She believed that even if she made a few mistakes in her speech, the emperor and empress would not take it to heart. She had, after all, helped the little imperial prince before. She dismounted from her horse in front of the general's residence. When the page saw Xiao Cao's figure, he hurriedly ran inside to notify the madam. After a short period of chaos, Lady Fang appeared with Junju and Linglong following behind her, along with an entire crowd of her courtyard servants. Yu Xiaocao went up to greet her, but was instead pulled into an embrace by Lady Fang. Lady Fang lightly slapped her back twice, chiding, "You heartless little lass. It's as though telling you to come to the capital is equivalent to harming you. Every time, you only send things to me, but don't you realize that no matter how many things you send me, it doesn't hold a candle to you coming here personally. I missed you so much." Xiao Cao's eyes felt warm. Seeing her godmother's eyes turn red, she quickly turned towards the plump little boy in the arms of a nanny who stood behind Lady Fang. "Yo, is this our little Linlin? He's so big already. He's quite handsome. Luckily he doesn't look like Godfather." The little boy Fang Haolin had been curiously eyeing the little miss in his mother's embrace. Seeing her look in his direction, he shyly turned his head away. "You dare say, the last time you saw your little brother was on his first birthday. Only now, when he's nearly 2 years old, does he get to meet his older sister. You see, little Linlin doesn't even recognize you anymore." Lady Fang was full of grievances as she glared harshly at her goddaughter. She rarely got to see this little lass. If it wasn't for the food that she sent to her once in a while, she would have thought that this lass had already forgotten about her godmother. Hee, it's my fault. Okay. This time, I brought you some peach blossom wine, and several caddies of peach blossom tea. If you can't finish them, then you can give them to the other madams that you're usually closer to. Not to mention the peaches we planted last year, quite a lot of them bore fruit this year, but it's not so easy to transport, so I only brought one basket full of them. I carried them on my back the entire journey to the capital, afraid that others might bruise them if they were careless. The other peaches had been canned and there's enough for you to enjoy for a whole year." With a pleasing tone, Yu Xiaocao offered the peaches to Lady Fang like she was presenting treasures. Although the peach tree in the Yu residence's back courtyard was actually a wild peach tree that was dug out from the mountain, it still couldn't withstand the mystic stone water that she watered it with every day. Not only did its flowers bloom beautifully, but the peaches it bore were also very big. The pink peaches were as big as the fist of an adult and emitted an enchanting fragrance. The peaches were also imbued with some spiritual energy that benefited the human body. Perhaps it was because the little boy, Fang Haolin, had been fed the mystic stone water by Xiao Cao before when he was younger, but he was more sensitive to this kind of spiritual energy. His head immediately turned back and he stared unblinkingly at the peaches in Xiao Cao's hands. Yu Xiaocao used the mystic stone water in her water bag to wash a peach. Then, she held it in front of the little fellow. Fang Haolin shyly looked at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar older sister in front of him, and slowly, a bashful smile blossomed on his face. Without saying whether he wanted it or not, he stared fixedly at the peach. Then, as though he was tempted by the fragrance of the peach, he slowly outstretched his little paw. He wasn't able to hold it in one hand, so he extended his other arm and, with both hands, held the peach to his chest. The smile on his face grew even sweeter. Only then did Lady Fang notice that Royal Prince Yang had been accompanying Yu Xiaocao, and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Zhu Junyang stopped her, smiling as he said, "Lady Fang doesn't need to be so courteous. Xiaocao will need to enter the imperial palace to meet the emperor tomorrow, so she should rest early today. I'll come pick her up tomorrow morning." They escorted Royal Prince Yang out the door, and then Lady Fang arranged for Yu Hai to settle in the outer courtyard. Fang Zizhen also returned to the capital yesterday, and, at the moment, he had been summoned to the imperial palace by the emperor for questioning. When he returned a while later, the two of them would have a good drink together. Xiao Cao and Lady Fang were crowded into the inner courtyard. The little fellow, Fang Haolin, held the big peach in his grasp and smelled it with his nose, but he didn't bite into it. Once they were within the inner courtyard, the servants dissipated once they greeted Yu Xiao Cao, and only Wudong and Pippa were left to serve her. At this time, Fang Haolin, who had been placed on the floor, secretly glanced at Yu Xiao Cao before he toddled towards Lady Fang. He did his best to outstretch his chubby little arms that looked like lotus roots, cutely saying, "Mommy, eat fruit." Lady Fang picked up her son and placed him on her lap. She shook her head and said, "Your sister gave you that, so you eat it." Little Linlin stubbornly put the peach to her mouth. "Linlin, eat after mommy eat." "Godmother, Linlin is so filial. You should just take a bite." Yu Xiaocao smiled sweetly as she looked at the little toddler, who was barely 2 yet already knew to first let his mother eat the good things. Although this little fellow was a little shy, his parents had taught him well. Only after Lady Fang pretended to take a small bite into the top of the peach did little Linlin happily eat the peach. The peach was full of juice and extremely sweet. Just by biting into the skin and lightly sucking it, a piece of sweet and juicy peach went into the little fellow's mouth. "So yummy. It's even better than the cherries that mommy bought before. It's almost as good as the watermelons that older sister sent from Tanggu town." Little Linlin secretly looked at his fair-skinned, doe-eyed older sister. "So this is my older sister who lived in Tanggu town. She's the one who can make delicious food, and often sends delicious pastries and fruits over to us, right?" Older brother Xuanxuan said that his older sister treated him very well and spent all her monthly allowance on him. Now that Linlin also has an older sister, will she also treat Linlin as good as older brother Xuanxuan's older sister does? Our little friend, Fang Haolin, who was barely 2 years old, thought about all this as he ate the big peach, but he accidentally ate too much while he was distracted. He had gotten spleen-stomach disharmony recently. Moreover, he did not cooperate with the treatment. Therefore, he ended up rolling on the bed while clutching his stomach and wailing until tears and mucus streaked his face. Lady Fang felt both amused and helpless. She resignedly gave out orders to brew the medicine, but the little fellow refused to take his medicine even though his stomach was in pain. "Mommy, Linlin doesn't want to drink that bitter medicine." "I don't wanna. If you don't drink the medicine, your stomach will hurt for the whole afternoon." Coaxing her son to take his medicine was a difficult task. Lady Fang saw the little fellow bury his head into his blanket while leaving his wiggling little butt exposed outside, looking like a big, stupid caterpillar. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel her head ache. Our little friend, Fang Haolin, also felt very aggrieved. His tummy was so painful, yet his mother still wanted to make him drink the bitter medicine. Was she even his biological mother? He hugged his stomach and wailed, "I don't want to drink that bitter medicine. I want to drink the sweet medicine that older sister sent." Syrup is used to treat coughing, so it can't be used to treat your indigestion. Madame Fang admonished earnestly, but the little fellow was barely 2 years old. Thus, he did not understand anything about using the right medicine for the right disease. Since he did not need to drink bitter medicine to treat cough, the same could be said for his stomachache. "I want older sister. Older sister is a doctor and she has medicine that isn't bitter." Little Linlin's eyes brightened as he pulled his head out from under the blankets. His eyes that had been washed with tears now shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Didn't his mother say that his older sister was very skilled? Imperial physicians would only give bitter medicine to little children, but his older sister was able to make sweet-tasting medicine. Older sister must be more skilled than imperial physicians. I hear that little Linlin is looking for me. Why is Linlin looking for older sister? Yu Xiaocao returned to the main courtyard after she got cleaned up and changed into another set of clothes in her courtyard. She did not expect to hear Fang Haolin wailing for her before she even entered the room. It seemed that she was still quite popular among children. She had not met him for almost a year, yet little Linlin was still quite close to this older sister of his. When she entered the room, she noticed that little Linlin had 2 streaks of tears running down his cheeks while he pitifully and somewhat shyly looked at her. The sight made her heart melt. She went up and held the little fellow who had a milky scent into her arms, gently and softly asking, "Little Linlin, why did you cry? Tell older sister, where are you feeling uncomfortable? Older sister's embrace is so fragrant and comfortable. Our little friend." Fang Howlin buried his face into his older sister's embrace and deeply took in her scent. "My tummy doesn't seem to hurt as much when I'm in older sister's embrace." The little fellow stayed in Xiao Xiao's embrace, refusing to leave no matter how hard his mother tried to coax him. He even used an adorable tone to pitifully moan, "Older sister, Linlin's tummy hurts." Xiao Xiao looked up at Lady Fang with a gaze filled with curiosity. Lady Fang felt angry yet amused as she watched her son, rebel, and leap into her goddaughter's embrace. She glanced at him, saying, "He has some indigestion issues lately, but he forgot all about it because he was overcome with joy that you're here. This little guy must have overeaten after eating such a big peach." Fang Howlin nervously watched his older sister, lowering his head in embarrassment. Would older sister disdain him for being gluttonous and disown him? The little fellow stared at his chubby fingers and the tears in his eyes threatened to fall at any moment. Xiao Xiao lightly rubbed the little fellow's abdomen and softly said, "It's older sister's fault. I shouldn't have given you a whole peach. Older sister will make you a cup of milk tea later, it can help digestion." "Is milk tea bitter?" The little fellow was the most afraid of consuming something bitter. He blinked his doe-like eyes and looked at his older sister with a hopeful expression. Xiao Xiao lightly tapped the tip of his nose, smiling, "It's not bitter, it's sweet and fragrant. Mommy, you see, older sister has medicine that isn't bitter." The little fellow Fang Howlin still had a drop of tear on his cheek as he broke into a smile. Since Royal Prince Yong brought back a few dairy cows from his expedition to the Western Hemisphere, drinking milk became all the rage among many people in the capital. In a farmstead under the name of Royal Prince Yong, some dozen mu of farmland had been converted into pastures. Now, he already had more than 20 dairy cows, and this dairy now supplied milk to the majority of the wealthy and powerful families in the capital. Lady Fang had accepted her goddaughter's suggestion. Not only did she make her son drink cow's milk even after stopping his intake of breast milk, she also persisted in drinking cow's milk. The benefits had already started to show after a period of time. Her body and bones became stronger, her sleep quality had improved, and her skin also became much more delicate than before. When combined with the effects of the peach blossom tea and wine that her goddaughter sent her, even her close friends who were younger than her now looked like her older sisters. They were so envious of her that they also began to drink cow's milk themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao took the milk that they already had in store and boiled it with white sugar. Then, she added a few ladles of tea and a few drops of mystic stone water. She let it cool down, and then served it to the little fellow, Fang Howlin. Perhaps it was the psychological effect, or the mystic stone water's effect, but the little fellow quickly patted his stomach with a grin. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm cured. Older sister is more skilled than the imperial physicians. Don't speak these words carelessly. Be careful that you won't be able to invite any imperial physicians to treat your illness in the future." Xiao Xiao pinched the little fellow's chubby face and couldn't resist kissing his cheek. Little Linlin suddenly became bashful, hiding his face into his mother's embrace. "Mommy doesn't smell as good as older sister, but, since older sister kissed little Linlin, does this mean older sister likes little Linlin? Little Linlin also likes older sister." He pulled away from his mother's embrace and said to his older sister, "Older sister is skilled and makes delicious medicine that isn't bitter. Since I have older sister, I won't need imperial physicians to treat me in the future. Then when older sister returns to Dongshan village, who'll treat you when you fall sick?" Yu Xiaoxiao could not help but tease him. Hearing this, little Linlin's face creased up, tearing up. "Don't go back, older sister. Isn't it okay to just stay here, older sister? See, your little brother doesn't want to part with you, so you should stay in the capital for a few more days this time." Lady Fang glared at her reprovingly. Ever since she returned to the capital to await labor, this busy goddaughter of hers had only visited her twice. What a heartless girl. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose, laughing dryly. All of a sudden, her gaze lit up as it landed on little Linlin. "Godmother, little Linlin is older now, so you can bring him to Tanggu town. Now that they're winding up the last few details of the harbor, Godfather would be busier and need to stay for a while longer at Tanggu town. If you bring Linlin to Tanggu Town, he wouldn't have to worry about the two of you after work. After a moment's silence, Lady Fang raised her head and shot her a side glance. It's as though I'm trying to harm you by keeping you in the capital for a few more days. Now you've even come up with the idea of abducting the two of us to Tanggu Town. Linlin, isn't your older sister bad? Not bad. Go to Tanggu Town, find Daddy. Little Linlin had gotten pertussis not long after he had been born, and even after Xiaoxiao had treated his illness, the servants of the general's estate still treated him with the utmost care. The general and the madam were only able to conceive this golden child when they were nearing 40 years of age, so the servants were naturally afraid that they did not serve well enough. Little Linlin was almost 2 years old, but he had never gone out of the general's estate before. He only had friends to play with when Lady Fang's close friends brought their own children over. It was why he was very attached to older brother Xuanxuan and older sister Wanner. He often pestered Lady Fang, asking her why they had not come to play with him. Once he heard that he could go to Tanggu Town to visit his father, little Linlin was naturally very enthusiastic. Going to Tanggu Town was good because his father could come back home every day, and he could see his older sister much more often. He would be able to enjoy his older sister's pastries more frequently, too. You little traitor, you don't want your mother anymore once you see your older sister. Lady Fang felt happy to see her son get close to her goddaughter so quickly, even to the point of attachment. She was already extremely grateful to be able to have a blood relative like this in her lifetime. If this child was close with his older sister, he would have another family member in the future. Xiaoxiao had a mind of her own, so in the future when she and her husband passes away, the brother and sister duo would still be able to discuss matters with each other and be each other's support. This was what she hoped. Mommy. Linlin likes Mommy the most. Linlin wants Mommy, but Linlin also wants older sister. Our little friend, Fang Haolan said cutely as he leapt into his mother's embrace and hugged her neck. The sweetness in his voice went straight to their hearts. Lady Fang laughingly called him little flatterer, and teased him. Then, if Mommy stays in the capital and older sister returns to Tanggu Town, will you stay here with me, or follow older sister to Tanggu Town to see Daddy? Fang Haolan's face was full of ambivalence. He looked at his mother, and then at his older sister who was smiling sweetly. He thought long and hard about it, until he eventually reluctantly said, then. Linlin will still stay in the capital with Mommy. Why? Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be hurt, pressing her hand to her chest. Little Linlin hurried to hug her in an effort to comfort her. When older sister returns to Tanggu Town, Daddy will have older sister as company. Mommy is alone in the capital, so Linlin will stay and keep Mommy company. Lady Fang was touched. She hugged her son tightly. Good son, Mommy hadn't pampered you for nothing. Fang Zizhen had returned yesterday night and he taught his adopted family all that they had to know about the etiquette of the imperial palace. Both father and daughter had been woken up early in the morning today and, after a flurry of preparations, they rode a horse carriage to the imperial city under Fang Zizhen's lead. Outside the Meridian Gate, they got off from the carriage. Su Ran had already been waiting from behind the gates since dawn. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was originally a little unnerved because she had to meet the emperor in court, felt her body and soul relax once she saw the ever-graceful Sir Su standing there. Sir Su was the head steward who took care of all the internal matters of the imperial city and was the trusted aide of the emperor. Every single official that came to attend court smiled and saluted him courteously. What was there to be afraid of when he personally came to meet the two of them? In any case, the whole court already knew that she and her father came from the countryside, so it was justifiable if they were lacking in the aspect of court etiquette, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's steps became lighter and lighter the more she thought about this, and her original reservedness turned into nonchalance. Since there was still some time before court proceedings began, she slowed down in her footsteps and started to appreciate the sights of the imperial city. Above the Meridian Gate sat a pavilion with double eaves that looked as though they were 5 phoenixes about to take off into the air. This was also why the imperial city was called the Hall of 5 Phoenixes. Once she passed through the Meridian Gate, she saw 5 bridges made of white marble that passed over the moat. Paired with the majestic Meridian Gate and the brilliance of the buildings, they formed an enchanting painting. The intricately carved bridge railing that looked like white jade belts made Yu Xiaoxiao want to take down a piece to bring home and keep as a memento. She caressed the white marble railing, reluctant to part with it. Yu Xiaoxiao was about to walk onto the center bridge that was carved with a coiling dragon when Su Ran pulled her back, pointing to the stone bridge to the right as he smiled. "That's our bridge. Only the emperor can cross on this center bridge. The court officials cross over on all the others." Realization hit Yu Xiaoxiao that moment, and she chanced another glance at the intricately carved coiled dragon. Even after she crossed the stone bridge, she still couldn't help but look back at it. Su Ran shook his head in amusement and slowed down in his footsteps, following Xiaoxiao's speed. After they passed the 5 white marble bridges, they quickly arrived at a brilliant and magnificent palace. This was the Hall of Supreme Harmony that was depicted in countless dramas. She walked until she was at the wide platform in front of the hall. There, she saw copper turtles and cranes that were crafted so skillfully they looked almost alive. It was just as her younger brother from her previous life had told her when he came back from his visit to the Forbidden City. These graceful and magnificent copper statues represented the long reign of this nation. She honestly couldn't see the relation. She stopped in her tracks and looked up. On the eaves of the roof of the palace sat a carving of an immortal sitting on a phoenix. Behind it, there were many small beasts of different forms, and every one of them was extremely lifelike. The glazed, golden yellow roof tiles of the palace, the bright red pillars and all the mix of the colors, it was just too much for her eyes to take in. The throne room was where matters of the state were discussed, but now, there was actually a little girl who was relaxed and leisurely strolling about, as though she were strolling through her garden at home. All the officials that came to attend court gave her a sidelong glance. What surprised them even more was the fact that the person who was leading the little miss was actually Chief Steward Su, who served the emperor. What was the origin of this little miss? Even though the clothes and accessories made her look as though she was an official's daughter, they were ultimately still ordinary clothes and accessories. But Chief Steward Su was amiable towards her, even to the point of accommodation. Chief Steward Su's every action and word represented the emperor's intentions, so didn't this mean that the emperor thought highly of this unfamiliar little miss? Look, isn't this little miss acting too casually? She actually dared to touch the copper crane in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Did she think that this was a stroll in her own garden? And not only did Chief Steward Su not reprimand and stop her, but he was also smiling and even stood to the side to wait for her. If they weren't aware that the emperor only had one 5-year-old little princess, the court officials would believe that this little miss was actually the emperor's most favored princess. It was possible. This little miss looked about 10 years old, and the emperor loved to travel around the world before he took over the throne. Could it be that she was his daughter who had been lost among the commoners? The more they made up, the more the court officials believed their story to be true. If she was a daughter from the prestigious families of the capital, she would be careful with every action she made, especially when she entered the imperial palace. Which daughter of the capital's prestigious families would be like her and touch the beak of the copper crane with her small hand? Many court officials couldn't help but slow down in their steps as they reached the platform in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, their eyes shining with gossip. At this moment, Minister Lu hurried up the steps. His gaze paused when he saw a spot of pink among the throng of court officials' robes. Recognizing the familiar figure, Minister Lu's face erupted into a grin, walking to the person that had attained the focus of all the court officials. He called out, "Miss Yu, long time no see. How are you?" Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and saw Minister Lu. A smile broke out on her face as she said, "Official Lu. You're here to attend court." The crowd of court officials all thought, "Isn't this a redundant question? If we're not here to attend court, then what are we doing?" Su Ran noticed that Minister Lu seemed to have a lot to say to Xiaoxiao, so he hurried to cut them off before the other man could continue. Towards Yu Xiaoxiao, he asked warmly, "Miss Xiaoxiao, it's about time for court. Shall we enter the hall and await for the emperor?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded, smiling. "Sir Su, do you all attend court at this hour every time? It's so early. It seems that it's quite difficult no matter if you're the emperor or the court officials." Su Ran smiled faintly but didn't reply, simply gesturing for her to enter. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at her reserved father who had been quietly following behind her all this time, and comforted, "Father, don't be afraid. You've met the emperor before. He's quite a nice person. When the time comes, We'll just answer whatever he asks. If we can't answer, we can just shake our heads. We're only commoners after all, and we haven't seen any big affairs before, so it's completely understandable if we don't know." The officials that passed by her gave her another sidelong glance when they heard her words. When in court, who didn't consider their answer over and over before they answered the emperor's questions? Who wasn't extremely careful with their words, afraid that they would say the wrong things if they were careless? This little miss said it so casually. Did you think that your family owned the court, that the emperor would play with you? After her conversation with Minister Liu, every court official now knew that Xiao Xiao was the little countryside lass who was skilled in agriculture. No wonder, after all, she was of low birth. Oh right, isn't this lass also the goddaughter of General Fang? Did General Fang and his wife not teach this little lass palace etiquette yesterday? It was not a surprise either. Fang Zizhen was so uncouth, so what would he know? It was enough if he didn't mess up himself. In a moment, they needed to watch as these peasants disgraced themselves in front of the emperor. Those court officials that disagreed with the idea of awarding an official's rank to the Yu family waited to watch the drama, and their gazes lit up with epicaricacy. Zhu Junyang, who had been unable to pick up Xiao Xiao from the Fang residence because he was late to leave his residence, felt the ill intent of the officials and couldn't help scrunching up his brows. His face turned cold as he took to standing beside Yu Xiaoxiao, using his actions to tell everyone else that he supported his little lass. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely came to the doors of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and looked inside. The Emperor's imperial throne sat on top of the 7-layered platforms in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Naturally, as the Emperor's throne, it was intricately carved and extremely lavish, and behind the throne was 7 dividers that had carvings of clouds and dragons. There were about a dozen golden dragons coiled around the rim of the throne, and the pattern of 2 dragons spitting a pearl was carved onto the base of the throne. The whole throne shimmered with gold, displaying the absolute preeminence of the person who sat on that treasured seat. The moment she stepped into the hall, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that all the civil and the military officials had already separated into 2 sides and lined up in an orderly fashion. There wasn't any space for her and her father to stand, so she dumbfoundedly asked, "Sir Su, where do we stand?" At the side, an official with a thin beard wearing a set of dark red, second-rank court official's robe sneered, sliding his gaze over, "Where is there space for you to stand in this hall?" Official Yang, don't you think your words are too much? Zhu Junyang exuded a terrifying cold aura, and his phoenix eyes filled with a growing darkness. An air of bloodlust seemed to engulf him, and even such an old and experienced official as Imperial Censor Yang was struck with terror. No wonder Royal Prince Yang was said to be a devil. He was rumored to have a bad temper and not be able to recognize his own relatives when he was furious among the people of the capital. It seemed that the rumors were not groundless. Imperial Censor Yang shifted his eyes away, not daring to meet his gaze. Chief Steward Su Ran lightly glanced over Imperial Censor Yang. This surnamed Yang seems to have gotten sick of being an official, always looking for trouble when there is none. It seems that it's about time for the hidden guards to do a sweep through the Yang residence. He turned towards Xiaoxiao, softly saying, "You and your father will wait here. In a while, His Imperial Majesty will call your names and summon you. He'll casually ask you a few questions and then commend and reward you for your contributions. You don't have to be nervous. You definitely won't make a mistake if you maintain your composure." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, a look of obedience on her face. "Rest assured, Sir Su. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. I won't speak carelessly." Head Steward Su Ran smiled at her, and moved to the Hall of Central Harmony that was behind the Hall of Supreme Harmony with quick steps. The Hall of Central Harmony was the place where the Emperor rested before attending court. At this time, he should already be there. When he entered the grand doors of the Hall of Central Harmony, he indeed saw the Emperor, who was wearing bright imperial robes, sitting on one of the red sandalwood chairs. How was it? The little lass wasn't scared silly, right? Seeing him enter, Zhu Junfan asked with a smile. Su Ran recalled Yu Xiaoxiao's leisurely pace, and how she didn't show a hint of fear or worry as though she was strolling through her backyard, and couldn't help but laugh, replying, "To your Majesty, Miss Xiaoxiao is very collected." Zhu Junfan raised his eyebrows, recalling the time when he had only transmigrated here and scorned the supposed rank restrictions and ideology on the distinguished and the humble. That lass probably had yet to experience the terrors of imperial authority, so naturally, she was still able to go about without much worry. At most, she would feel slightly unsettled as she was not familiar with this situation. That lass has always been quite bold. Junyong told me that he once almost lost control in front of her, but it was because she made impromptu jokes that he was pulled back to sanity. You've also witnessed Junyong's violence and the degree of terror he instills when he rages. The little lass didn't faint under those circumstances, so how could the mere atmosphere of entering the imperial palace to meet the emperor scare her? Zhu Junfan was a little regretful. He wasn't present at that time, but he also wanted to witness how the little girl managed to subdue the cold-faced god of death. Su Ran resignedly watched the fascinated emperor, softly reminding, "Your Imperial Majesty, it's time to attend court. The emperor has arrived. May the emperor live for 10,000 years." The civil and military officials all greeted the emperor in one voice. Yu Hai and Yu Xiaosao, who were in the back behind all of them, were stunned for a second and then kowtowed half a second later. Zhu Junfan majestically walked in and stood in front of the intricately carved dragon throne as he glanced at the direction of the Yu family's father and daughter pair. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile as he lifted his right hand. "Rise, my beloved officials." "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty." All of the officials came up and then respectfully stood in their places. Yu Xiaosao clumsily pulled herself up. Bowing down, kneeling, and then standing up was truly tortuous. This society was too cruel for having a centralized monarchy and a culture that was heavily based on rank and status. If there are important affairs, bring up the memorials. If there's nothing to be said, then retreat. Su Ran's voice sounded gentle and reserved and didn't have a hint of shrillness in it. He had a very soothing voice. Yu Xiaosao was short and couldn't see much over the heads of the officials. She wanted to clearly see the man who was sitting high up on the dais in the throne room, so she craned her neck to look. Su Ran easily spotted the little head that was peeking through behind the orderly ranks of the civil officials. Because the head was slightly tilted, the dangling hair ornaments in that person's hair also swayed a few times. The little lass seemed to have sensed his eyes and naughtily grinned at him. If Su Ran saw this, then Zhu Junfan, who was sitting next to him in a dignified manner, naturally also spotted this. He knew that his old transmigrator friend wasn't a cowardly and timid person. How could she be intimidated by the grand and splendorous throne room? It was more likely that the little lass was taking this as a leisurely tour and enjoying the sights here. Zhu Junfan spaced out for a bit while sitting on the throne. The official standing beneath him was reporting on the affairs of the people in Tanggu town and the vicinity, so he only got the general gist of things. Following that, a few other officials sent up reports. Zhu Junfan occasionally took some time to glance at the little lass's head that was still curiously looking around the room. It was as if she was watching a play that was very interesting and engrossing. For some reason, her blatant curiosity rubbed him slightly the wrong way. Finally, none of the officials in court brought up anything else. Zhu Junfan looked at his younger cousin and raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you're quite patient today, ah." Zhu Junyong noticed the emperor's gaze and stepped forward. "Your Imperial Majesty, the Yu family's father and daughter are already outside the throne room. They're waiting in the back to be called in." His cousin was clearly lying through his teeth. That lass was clearly already inside the throne room. She had been craning her neck this whole time to see. At this rate, she was going to become a giraffe very soon. Zhu Junfan silently roasted his cousin, yet he acted in his usual dignified manner and announced, "Allow them in." Su Ran stood up straight and announced, "Bring the Yu family inside the throne room." When Yu Hai heard this, his whole body trembled from head to toe. He felt like his limbs weren't listening to his mind anymore. The highest ranked official he had seen in his life was the county magistrate. Although General Feng and Royal Prince Yong both had relatively high positions, he only interacted with them privately and had never spoken with them in such a formal situation. Even though General Feng had given him a crash course on the court etiquettes when meeting the emperor, he was incredibly nervous and he felt like his head had turned into a bunch of useless mush at this time. It was his daughter who roused him from his induced panic. As she walked by him, she lightly pulled at his sleeve and that action calmed him down a bit. He saw that his daughter had her head properly lowered and her two hands were modestly placed on her abdomen as she went forward in small steps. She easily traversed through the officials in front of them. Her entire demeanor was calm and collected, and there was a slight smile on her face. Even the hair ornaments on her head didn't sway much as she walked forward. Yu Hai felt a bit ashamed now. In front of such a grand occasion, his daughter must not be as calm as she seemed. As her father, he couldn't become his daughter's backbone and even required her to help him at such a crucial point. He was truly an incompetent father. With these thoughts running through his head, a burst of courage came up and he straightened his back and neck. His steps going forward had also become more steady. The two of them didn't make a single mistake as they properly greeted the emperor. After the emperor absolved them, the father and daughter pair stood up straight. Zhu Junfan didn't say a word as he silently observed the reactions of the father and daughter pair in front of him. Although Yu Hai did his best to keep himself calm, he still had a hint of anxiety and frazzledness about him. This was the first time he was meeting the emperor and the first time he was in such a situation. His reactions were normal. As for the Yu family's little lass, she was only putting up an act. Every movement she made was as graceful and elegant as those noble young maidens in the capital. Not a single movement was wrong or out of place. But why did her actions rub him the wrong way? It was because, within her bones, there was a certain attitude. She was neither servile nor overbearing and was extremely calm and collected. In fact, she even had a hint of excitement. Little lass, don't think that because you have your head down that we cannot see your true expression. The emperor had called in the Yu family's father and daughter inside yet hadn't said a word. The officials all looked at each other in dismay. Just what was going through the emperor's mind right now? Zhu Junfan waited until he saw that Yu Hai was about to break from the pressure. Only then did he slowly start. We've heard that you were the one who first discovered the presence of the Woku pirates near Tanggu town. Furthermore, you also warned the authorities there, is that correct? The most important person in the Great Ming dynasty was asking him a question. Yu Hai opened his mouth and felt like there was something stuck in his throat. His heart pounded furiously as if it was going to jump out of his chest cavity. He reminded himself that he was a father and needed to bring honor to his children. He bowed and stammered, in reply to your Imperial Majesty. In reply to your Imperial Majesty. This subject has decent swimming skills and has signed a contract with the Zhou family to help them obtain seafood. That day, this subject had unconsciously swam into the deep ocean and saw a fleet of around 100 ships in the distance. They didn't look like merchant ships and also didn't look like navy ships from our Great Ming Empire. I thought it was a bit odd and secretly swam over to one of the ships. I found out that the people on the ships not only wore different clothing than us, but I also couldn't understand what they were saying. They were absolutely not people from our country. This subject once heard the elders from my village talking about the fact that Tanggu town is not too far from a neighboring country. In the past, they had experienced Woku pirates attacking them. In addition, in the past few days, there were the remnants of a typhoon that blew past us from the direction of that country. The people from that country likely encountered a natural disaster. This subject also heard that, in the previous dynasty, many commoners here had been forced to become bandits after natural disasters struck where they lived. Thus, this subject wondered if the people in that country decided to become pirates due to the disaster and were coming to our Great Ming dynasty to steal things from us. Thus, I swam back with all my might to warn my village chief. This subject's godfather is in charge of the construction of the harbor and I was worried about his safety. I had my older brother ride a steed at top speed to warn him. It was this subject's adopted father who made the prompt decision to inform the authorities. By doing so, they managed to organize all of the soldiers in the area and snatched the opportunity to protect the docks when the pirates struck. Yu Xiaosao was quite tired from her speech. Speaking in such a formal and flowery manner was not a strength of hers. However, if she spoke too directly, would that cause problems for her godfather and godmother? After all, she had spent quite a bit of time learning the proper etiquette and manners of a well-bred maiden from her godmother. Her godmother had spent quite a bit of effort to teach her how to become a noble maiden. From what you're saying, this great effort and contribution is all thanks to your godfather, who was overseeing the construction of the harbor. Zhu Junfan had a slight smile on his face as he looked towards the military officials to find a certain someone. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have a single hint of wanting to pull glory onto herself as she modestly replied, "In reply to your Imperial Majesty, the successful defense of the docks was from the joint efforts of Commander Sun and General Fang. Furthermore, the soldiers of the county and docks were brave and heroic. The common people and all of the soldiers worked together to produce this outcome. This is not the credit of one person alone." Fang Zizhen looked at his daughter with admiration as his back became straight. He had a proud look at his face. He felt like all of his colleagues knew that the person who was in front of the emperor, the little girl with the calm demeanor who was under the eyes of all of the officials in the room, was his daughter. With such a daughter, he was proud and full of glory. Zhu Junfan revealed a faint smile and slightly nodded his head as he praised, "However, you cannot discount your own efforts. If you weren't there to give the timely warning, then when those pirates attacked the docks, it was likely it'd be a Pyrrhic victory even if we won. Now, the county's soldiers had fully defeated the pirates and the damage to the docks were kept to a minimum. This is definitely related to your efforts. Thank you for your compliments. This subject is ashamed and dares not to accept the honor." In fact, Yu Xiaoxiao was quite pleased to receive the emperor's compliments under the eyes of all of these court officials. Since the emperor himself had admitted that she had done a good job, didn't that mean that he wanted to give her some type of reward? The rewards from the emperor had to be expensive and good, right? Sparkling gold and beautiful jade, the more the better. Just bury me in riches. Your Imperial Majesty, this subject is a bit confused about something. General Shi, who didn't have a good relationship with Fang Zizhen, suddenly stepped forward and interjected as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao from the corner of his eye. Zhu Junfan knew that General Shi was a great general who had previously fought with his imperial grandfather. At that time, he had actually fought against the previous dynasty's General Zhao and General Fang when they were still master and disciple. On the battlefield, he had lost more than he won against those two, so he had never forgiven them for that. After the previous dynasty was overthrown, General Fang had been given the title of Zhaoyang General by his imperial grandfather after his wounds had healed. Although it wasn't a position with a lot of power, it was still a court-appointed position that got an official salary. This never sat well with General Shi. So many of his soldiers had died under the hands of Fang Zizhen, and he had vowed to personally take revenge for those men with his own hands. However, these two enemies were now colleagues under the same court. How could he not be sullen about this? Thus, from time to time, he would jump out to provoke Fang Zizhen. It was rumored that, in private, the two of them had fought numerous times and each were victorious or defeated at different times. Luckily, both of them knew how to restrain themselves for the greater picture and had never ended up fighting to the death. Whether it was the Emperor Emeritus or the current Emperor, both of them turned a blind eye to this. Weren't they supposed to reward the people who were good at farming at Tanggu Town today? How come Fang Zizhen, that bastard, was also being pointed out for a reward now? If this went on, wouldn't that fellow, Fang Zizhen, be promoted to the ranks of nobility? That was not okay. He absolutely could not allow that fellow to get something good. General Shi fiercely glowered at Fang Zizhen. Beloved official Shi, what are you confused about? Zhu Junfan felt a bit powerless. Someone else was trying to raise issues now. General Shi seriously looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "Little girl, you say that you're good at swimming and can swim deep in the ocean. This, I believe. However, you are also claiming that you can swim faster than the ships, fast enough to get to land before them. Furthermore, you also had enough time to warn the docks. This is something that I and other people find hard to believe." There were quite a decent number of officials in the court who had decent swimming skills. However, were any of them willing to claim that they could swim faster than a ship and at a speed that was much faster? No one was willing to say that. This was something impossible that no one could believe. Just how brave was this little lass? She was so gutsy that she was willing to come up with such an absurd lie to fool the emperor. Did she not know that deceiving the monarch was a crime worthy of death? Yu Xiaoxiao, what do you have to say to this? General Shi's doubts did make some sense. Did his old transmigrator friend have some sort of treasure on hand? Zhu Junfan rubbed his chin and looked with great interest at the little lass who didn't seem frantic at all. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at the old general who was nearing 60 years of age. She was quite perplexed. I have never seen him before, let alone have the opportunity to offend him. He looks like Zhang Fei, one, and an old crabby old man, so why is he targeting me? Perhaps he's jealous of the recognition that I'm getting. Your Imperial Majesty. And this old general. You probably don't know that this subject had saved a juvenile dolphin about 2 years ago when I was swimming in the ocean. That little dolphin is very clever and lively. After healing its wounds, it remembers me and always comes over whenever this subject goes to gather seafood on the beach or dives in the water. It always frolics around me and swims to play around. This subject accidentally found out that the little dolphin can also carry a person in the water as it swims at high speed. It swims faster than a fast ship. From time to time, it'll take me along into the deeper ocean to play around. Everyone in my family and Royal Prince Yong knows about this. This is also the main reason why they are okay with this subject going out to the deep ocean alone. That day, it was Xiaobu, that is the name that this subject gave to the little dolphin, who carried me on its back as I swam in the ocean. Yu Xiaoxiao looked very calm and collected. Even though the thing she was talking about seemed a bit bizarre, the vast majority of officials at court believed what she said. However, there was also a group of people who snorted at this story, such as the nearby General Shi. Zhu Junfan noticed that General Shi seemed to not believe a single word, so he looked at Zhu Junyang and asked, "Junyang, is everything that Yu Xiaoxiao said true or not?" In reply to Your Imperial Majesty, everything she said is true. This subject has personally seen it. Royal Prince Yong stepped forward a couple of steps to arrive next to Yu Xiaoxiao. His phoenix eyes swept a look at her and, for a second, met Xiaoxiao's eyes. It was as if he was trying to say, "Don't worry, this prince is here." Zhu Junfan faintly nodded his head and looked towards General Shi to ask, "General Shi, do you still have anything to say?" Your Imperial Majesty, it's not that this subject doesn't believe Royal Prince Yong, but this story is a little too inconceivable and hard for all of us to swallow. General Shi frowned until his face became a mess of wrinkles. His messy beard moved as he spoke and gestured, trembling occasionally. Yu Xiaoxiao furrowed her delicately shaped eyebrows and gave General Fang a look full of doubt. "General Shi, have I offended you in the past? Why are you deliberating targeting me, a young maiden? Impertinent. In front of the Emperor, who can stand you spewing nonsense? When has this old man ever tried to deliberately target you? I am only stating the facts. The claims you are making are too inconceivable." General Shi opened his eyes wide, such that they resembled gongs, and glared fiercely at her. The look on his face would have scared a true girl around 10 into tears. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't intimidated by his act. She wasn't lying, so what was there to be afraid of? That being said, it was clear that the situation was in her favor as the Emperor seemed to be on her side. This bad-tempered and stubborn old general wasn't going to get anywhere even if he continued to make trouble. "The facts? What facts are you talking about? Everything I said was the truth. Without proper investigation, you have no leg to stand on. Any villager in Dongshan village knows about this. As soon as you investigate, you would find that out. Why would I try to lie to the Emperor? The laws state that deceiving the Emperor is a crime worthy of death and could even implicate 9 generations of one's family. Do you think I'm an idiot? That I'll gamble with my life to make a joke." Yu Xiaoxiao no longer tried to embellish her words in an elegant way. In any case, the general was a military official. If she said things in a way that was too flowery, he might not even be able to understand. Dolphins can get close to people and also play with you. A bunch of crazy nonsense. Your Imperial Majesty, this official hopes that you will heavily punish this lass who is misleading the public with her rumors. General Shi was infuriated that a little lass was schooling him, an old man. How could he possibly endure this? Why do you have to say that I need to be punished? Because I'm telling the truth. Old general, don't try to use your status as an old man against others and try to threaten the court with your previous contributions to force the Emperor to make a decision. The Emperor himself will give this subject justice and determine what is right or wrong. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the crabby old man a fierce glower. You want to proclaim me guilty? Your words don't mean anything. General Shi was furious, but an inkling of alarm appeared in his heart. Using his might as a general to threaten the Emperor was a crime that wasn't insignificant. He had underestimated this little girl. Although she looked like a naive, rural country brat, he didn't expect her to have such a crafty and cunning mind. Don't speak nonsense. When has this old man ever tried to force the emperor? Your Imperial Majesty, please believe this old official. General Shi cried out his grievances. Zhu Junfan looked at General Shi in an amicable manner and gently asked, "Beloved official Shi, have you been to the ocean before?" This old official has never been. General Shi was a bit perplexed that the emperor would suddenly change the subject and ask him about something unrelated. Regardless, he obediently replied, "Then have you seen the creatures that are named dolphins before?" Zhu Junfan continued to ask a follow-up question. This old official has not seen them before. General Shi's confusion increased, but he continued to honestly respond. Zhu Junfan smiled. In the past, when we were at the shipyard, we had gone out to sea for a period of time. While testing out ships, we had once come across a pod of dolphins in the water, and they chased and swam around the ship, jumping in, playing excitedly. Dolphins are a type of gentle and clever sea creatures. If you train them, they can do quite a few complicated maneuvers and tricks. We have also heard of stories from old fishermen who said that dolphins had saved people in the past. Thus, the things that Miss Yu is saying aren't completely out of line or unbelievable. General Shi noticed that the emperor was clearly on the side of the Yu family's lass, so he felt a bit upset. He still needed to persevere to the end. Your Imperial Majesty, stories, after all, are just stories. Your Imperial Majesty, old general, I'm not making up stories here. Animals are very sensitive. If you treat them well and have good intentions, they will be gentle back. If you have bad intentions towards them, then they will treat you accordingly. That year, during the locust disaster, all of the herbivores in the mountain had nearly died out. Thus, the carnivores were on the edge of starvation. My younger brother and I went into the mountains to gather firewood and encountered a very thin and skinny gray wolf. All of the officials in the throne room seemed to be very interested in this story and turned slightly to hear better. Yu Xiaosao paused for a second and then continued, "However, it didn't hurt me or my younger brother and instead brought us to a cave in the mountains. It took out 2 little wolf pups that were about to starve to death. It placed the 2 wolf pups in front of me and my younger brother and gave us a look before it staggered away. And then," Zhu Junfan stared at her intently, seemingly interested in what happened next. "And then, we saw that the wolf pups looked quite pitiful, so we brought them back home to raise. Later on, our family was attacked by a pack of starving wolves. That gray wolf appeared again and not only helped us fight off that pack of wolves but also saved my father's life. I knew that the gray wolf was thanking us for helping it raise its pups, which was why it came over to help." Yu Xiaosao simply sketched the story out for everyone. Zhu Junfan gave her a disapproving look as he felt her storytelling skills were not that great. Such an interesting and thrilling story was told in such a boring and lifeless manner. "Are you certain that you're not making this all up? You encountered a starving wolf and it didn't rush over to kill you to become its dinner. Who would believe that?" General Shi persisted in his own views. He truly believed that Yu Xiaosao was full of lies and not worthy to be trusted. "I don't care if you want to believe me or not. As long as the emperor believes me, that's what matters. Your Imperial Majesty, those 2 wolf pups have already grown up to become adult wolves and they're taller than me. They now guard my family's residence. This time, when the Woku pirates attacked, my whole village along with Princess Consort Jing fled into the West Mountains to hide. Those 2 wolf pups went out to hunt every day and caught a lot of game for us to add to our meals." Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at the old man. "Are you certain you're talking about wolves and not dogs?" General Shi snorted disdainfully. "Our family's wolves have been hand-raised since they were young, so they're even more obedient than dogs. My family also has a small roe deer that knows how to go to the restroom on its own. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. I'm too lazy to argue more with you." Yu Xiaosao twisted her head around to let the old man only see the back of her head. Your Imperial Majesty, just listen, there's nothing believable that the little lass is saying." "Old General Shi, don't get too emotional. Whether or not she's telling the truth can be easily found out when the emperor sends people over to investigate at Dongshan village." Royal Prince Yang was getting annoyed with this old man who was always bullying his little lass and couldn't stay silent anymore. Zhu Junfan also nodded his head. "Beloved official Shi, the lass from the Yu family also said that everyone in Dongshan village knows about this. If you don't believe her, You can go there yourself to take a look. Wouldn't you be able to find the truth then? You can claim that the little lass is lying, but can you say that the whole village is also lying too? Your Imperial Majesty is wise and brilliant. Yu Xiaoxiao proudly glanced at General Shi with a hint of amusement in her eyes as she expertly flattered the emperor. Since there are people who have doubts about your contribution to the Woku pirate disaster, then we will shelve this issue for now. We have also heard that your Yu family's farmstead planted wheat that harvested up to 600 caddies per mu. Is this true? Zhu Junfen finally remembered what he had summoned the Yu family's father and daughter for, so he waved a hand at General Shi to dismiss him and started to ask about their wheat. Yu Xiaoxiao retreated one step and gently pulled at her father's sleeve, hinting that he should be the one to take this honor. Yu Hai let out a quiet sigh and stepped forward. In reply to your Imperial Majesty, this is a true fact. Zhu Junfen sat up straight on his throne and inquired in a voice that had a hint of eagerness, tell us, just how did you manage to cultivate wheat to have such a high output? Yu Hai thought for a bit and then replied, in reply to your Imperial Majesty, this subject's daughter had carefully picked through the wheat kernels to only select the plump and big ones. When planting, we made sure to be very careful and the tenant farmers all worked very hard. In addition, the past year has had good favorable weather, so. That is not the whole truth. Minister Lu hurriedly jumped out and interrupted Yu Hai to explain, the experimental fields at the imperial plantations all have one person in charge of each mu. In addition, we also pick through the seeds very carefully to select the very best. The capital's climate is pretty much the same as Tanggu town's. However, whenever we harvest, our fields have never reached around 400 caddies per mu. Brother Yu, don't hide it anymore and tell us the entire truth about your process. Yu Hai revealed a somewhat awkward expression and carefully thought before he finally replied, as Minister Lu said, there doesn't seem much difference between how this commoner's farmstead planted and tilled the winter wheat. This commoner finally recalled something. When we were done selecting the seeds and before we started planting, we had sprayed the seeds with a special pesticide that this commoner's daughter had mixed up. Perhaps that is the reason. Minister Lu suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who had her head lowered in an attempt to receive less attention. He laughed and said, fantastic. The secret to having high-yielding crops must be here. Last spring, Miss Yu had gone to the imperial plantations once to look at the experimental fields. At that time, she had also given us a pesticide and said that it could prevent pestilence and bugs from harming the crops. That autumn, we had an immense harvest of corn and the ears of corn were larger than the previous year by a great magnitude. The kernels of corn were also large and plump. The fields had surpassed 1,500 caddies per mu. Miss Yu, do you still have any of that pesticide left? We've already planted the corn now, but it shouldn't be too late now, right? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head to look at this old man. Minister Lu's head of hair had gone completely white and his skin seemed somewhat rough and tanned from going to the imperial plantations often and getting sun exposure. A few wisps of admiration rose in her heart. She lightly nodded her head and replied, this subject did bring some of that pesticide along this time. It'll be the same as last year. 1 bucket of water mixed with 1 drop of the pesticide should do the trick. The mixture should be sprayed on the corn seedlings and should have the same effect. Director Bai of the Imperial Court clan noticed that Royal Prince Yong was protecting the Yu father and daughter pair. His eyes whirled quickly and he stepped forward to say, Your Imperial Majesty, you often say that the court must work for the people and food is the god of the people. The country will only be stable and prosperous if the common people do not have to worry about starving and dying from the cold. This subject has already heard that Miss Yu has made contributions to medical science, but I didn't know that by combining her medicinal skills and farming knowledge that it could make such a great benefit. Emperor, if Miss Yu can publicize the recipe for her pesticide, then that would be a great contribution to the whole country. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered when she heard the official's proposal and she looked down. Uneasiness bubbled up inside of her. She definitely had the recipe for the pesticide. However, the problem was that the most important ingredient wasn't something that could be found normally in this world. If she told them that the pesticide required mystic stone water that was full of spiritual energy as its main ingredient, then it was likely that the emperor and all the officials would think she was a raving lunatic. On the other hand, would they think that she was trying to fool them? She was screwed. What should she do now? Zhu Junyang could minutely tell from the little lass's stiff demeanor that she was feeling very nervous and anxious. The little lass clearly had a big secret. This was something he had known for some time. Was this pesticide one of those secrets that she was hiding? Your Imperial Majesty, this official believes that forcefully taking someone's personal recipe is harming their livelihood. Yu Xiaosao spent many months slaving over this to create such an efficacious pesticide. If your Majesty does as official Bai says, using your imperial authority to take her recipe, wouldn't that be an abuse of your power to force the common people off? Zhu Junfan found Zhu Junyang's every word and act to be very hilarious. His younger cousin had finally grown up and he now knew how to protect the person he admired the most. Official Bai was the person in charge of the imperial court clan, so he was very aware of who had the most prospects within the imperial clan. It was clearly that the juniors from Imperial Prince Jing's estate were the future stars. Prince Jing had 3 sons. His eldest son was steady and calm and would inherit the estate in the future. His second son was talented at martial arts and had gone to the northwest 2 years ago. His talents had shone on the battlefield and caught General Zhao's eyes. It was clear that his future would definitely be boundless. As for Prince Jing's youngest son, the rumors said he was cold and unfeeling with an explosive temper. However, in the past 2 years, the emperor had been regarding him with increasing importance. Furthermore, he consistently finished all of the tasks assigned to him by the emperor. Thus, he had been given the title of Royal Prince Yang before the age of 20 and had also been awarded with feudal lands. In the future, it was likely with his continued hard work, the youth may easily become a titled imperial prince. A family that had 2 imperial princes in it was definitely something to look out for within the extended imperial clan. Official Bai was a shrewd man. After the last few court sessions, how could he not tell that Royal Prince Yang regarded the Yu family in a different light? He had originally tried to get on the prince's good side by reminding the Yu family to give up their recipe for the good of the country. That way, the emperor would be pleased and reward them with sinecure titles in the court. Yu Xiaosao would naturally become the daughter of an official's family then. Thus, in the future, if Royal Prince Yang wanted to, he could easily take her into his back courtyard without anyone quibbling about her status. However, his attempt at flattery had utterly failed as the first to object to his proposal was Royal Prince Yang. Since it was like this, he couldn't continue to persist and instead hurriedly said, "Royal Prince Yang is right. The emperor loves his people as if they were his own children." It was this official who was not thinking things through. Zhu Junfan had been an emperor for almost a decade, so he naturally spotted the minute change in the little lass's demeanor. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Wasn't it just the recipe to a pesticide? Why was the lass so nervous all of a sudden? Was it, perhaps his previous suspicions were right and the little lass had gotten a separate dimension to use when she transmigrated over? Thus, the so-called pesticide was just a way to disguise her usage of the spiritual water from the separate dimension. The more he thought down those lines, the more he decided this made sense. By giving up the recipe for the pesticide, it would be of great benefit to the country and the people. Even without official Bai's reminder, a dummy would also know that giving it up would be advantageous in all ways. However, this Yu family's lass, who was clearly a sharp one, didn't open her lips at all. When official Bai started hinting, she also pretended to hear nothing and only lowered her head more. Furthermore, his younger cousin had immediately jumped out as soon as the lass started to become uncomfortable to help her get out of this situation. In fact, he used the excuse of abusing one's imperial power to bully the commoners to stop him. For the sake of giving the common people enough to eat, would he, the emperor, care about gaining the reputation of bullying one person off? HMPH. Did that fellow, Zhu Junyang, also know something that made him want to protect the little girl so much? After thinking a bit more, Zhu Junfan started to become angry. This old transmigrator friend was truly too blatant about things. How could she so easily tell someone else the secret of her separate dimension as well as a spring full of mystic water? These were extremely valuable possessions. Furthermore, if she had to tell someone, why didn't she tell him, her fellow transmigrator? Was she afraid that he would kill her to gain her treasures? Was he, the emperor, truly such an evil person? However, if this little lass truly had these treasures on hand, then he needed to pay more attention to her. That way, he could prevent someone else from suspecting her. The sound of Yu Xiaoxiao's clear and crisp voice roused him from his thoughts. Your Imperial Majesty, this subject isn't being stingy over the recipe for the pesticide, but there is a problem with one of the ingredients. It is very hard to find. Because of that, other than myself, no one else is truly able to create a pesticide that is as efficacious. How about that? Wasn't his guess correct? That incredibly hard to find ingredient had to be water from the mystical spring. Other than the little lass's separate dimension, there wasn't another spring to be found in this world. HMPH. The incredible pesticide was only a way to hide the fact that she had access to a spring with spiritual water. The heavens were too unfair. The little girl was given a giant golden finger when she transmigrated, a special, separate dimension, but what about him? He had only downed 2 bottles of beer and fallen drunk. After transmigrating over in a muddled manner, he ended up in the Great Ming Dynasty in an alternate reality. Fortunately, his imperial grandfather was also a transmigrator. Otherwise, he would have been locked up long ago by people mistaking his odd thoughts and ways as the signs of a crazy maniac. When he transmigrated over, other than having a head full of knowledge in regards to shipbuilding, he didn't get any other advantage. However, that wasn't a complete loss. Using his knowledge, he was able to engineer new ships that were able to cross oceans to travel to the Western Hemisphere and return with precious goods. Furthermore, he was able to bring over new crops early. In addition, he had altered early forms of rockets and cannons to be much more effective. When he traveled across the seas, using those new weapons, he was able to defeat many pirates. The results could be seen recently. When the Woku pirates had attacked, the reason why the prefectural city's navy was able to push them back with minimum losses had a lot to do with his contributions to the engineering in this country. However, he also wanted to have a mystical spring and a separate dimension where he could plant crops and improve their yields. What should he do? Perhaps he should have his secret soldiers catch the little lass, then threaten and torture her until she gave up her goodies. Was that a bad idea? After all, they were both fellow transmigrators and, in his past life, he had been a person who tried to do good for the world. Then should he force the little girl under house arrest and have her use her special items for him for the rest of her life? Ahem, that seemed a bit too dishonest and cruel. The little lass didn't have it easy either. She had also been forced over into a strange world and she didn't even get to transmigrate into someone of status. He had heard that she had endured quite a few years of hard times in this world. Arg, how could he bear to torture someone in the same boat? Then, maybe he should use a honey trap to bewitch the little lass such that she would willingly work hard for him. Ahem, this might cause misunderstandings. He wasn't the sort of bastard who would steal a woman from another man. In fact, he was thinking of using his little cousin, who had a high IQ but low EQ, as bait. If his cousin married this little lass, then they would all be one family in the future. As the older cousin, it wouldn't be too dastardly to have a few requests, right? Your Imperial Majesty, Su Ran, who was standing next to Zhu Junfan, could tell that the Emperor had been spacing out for a while and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind the Emperor that he was currently at court. Concentration was a must. Zhu Junfan sat up straight and had a sanctimonious look. Ahem, it was an earnest expression on his face, and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, lass, since you're the only one who can make this pesticide, then I'm afraid you'll have to work harder in the future to make as much pesticide as possible. There have been disasters plaguing the people these past 2 years and they have suffered quite a lot. In many places, eating until one is full is an extravagant hope and most only wish to have enough food to not starve to death. Since you have the ability, we are afraid that you'll have to do the most work in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a deep sigh in her heart. She was truly afraid that the Emperor would force her to cough up the recipe for the pesticide. If that was the case, she had just come up with an idea. The recipe for the pesticide was complicated and if other people couldn't make it correctly, it had nothing to do with her. She was fortunate that the Emperor was a good ruler and didn't force her. Otherwise, she would have to make up a fake recipe for the pesticide to hand out. This subject will do my best to deserve the Emperor's trust. I didn't have much to do during the winter season, so I made quite a bit of pesticide that I stored in the hidden cellar at my home in Dongshan village. Fortunately, when the Woku pirates came, they didn't find it and destroy it. This subject will send a letter home and have my family bring it all over. With the crisis over, Yu Xiaoxiao felt every cell in her body relax perceptibly. Zhu Junyang, who was watching her from the back, silently laughed at her. There truly was a batch of pesticide in her family's cellar at Dongshan village. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't actually make it during the winter. Instead, she made it recently as she wanted to take advantage of her family's success at cultivating high-yielding grains to sell it to people in Tanggu town. Who would have thought that before she could implement that plan, she and her father had been called into capital by an imperial decree. Sigh, she had missed out on making a bunch of money. Her heart was currently aching at the thought. As Yu Xiaoxiao talked about bringing this batch of pesticide in, she couldn't completely hide her sorrow at losing out on another money-making plan. Zhu Junfan thought that her money-grubbing ways were quite amusing. It looked like this old transmigrator friend of his was truly someone who loved making money. After thinking about it, he had to admit that everything she did made money. First she started selling braised pig offal, then she came up with early ripening vegetables. Following that, she cultivated large and sweet watermelons and opened a pharmaceutical workshop as well as a braised food shop. Everything she did was a method to become rich. This Yu family was truly hiding more than it showed. He reckoned that their family was quite wealthy at this point. They may not be at the point to rival wealthy imperial merchants, but they had to be among the top of the families in Tanggu town. In a corner of the capital, at a small tea house. Did you hear about the news? A father and daughter pair from a fishing village were summoned to see the emperor because they are good at growing crops and were even awarded with an official's position. The person who was speaking was a man around the age of 40. He was dressed in homespun clothes that had patches on it, and his feet were crusted over with yellow mud. He was a sturdy fellow with a full beard on his face. What? Someone can become an official from planting fields. Don't take everyone for a fool. Who doesn't know that if you want to become an official you need to spend decades studying your pants off and slowly test your way up? Even during the most disorderly times of the past dynasty, you needed a lot of money in order to become even a lowly official. This person looked like a county official who had fallen on hard times. He was dressed in a long robe that was going white from being washed and he had a thin figure. His whole head had gone white with age and the look he gave the peasant farmer was full of disdain. County official Suan, did you just come to the capital? The whole capital has heard about this, so who wouldn't know? It's said that the Yu family is truly spectacular. The winter wheat they grew yielded up to 500 to 600 caddies per mu, which is multitudes higher than what other people have done. If this type of wheat can be disseminated throughout the country, we would all be able to eat white flour every day and then eat some meat every few days. The peasant farmer who had mud on his feet had a face full of longing. Becoming an official was a goal that was too far away for him. His true desire was to be able to eat until he was full and allow his wife and children to eat some delicious foods. Older brother Zhang, my youngest brother-in-law's second aunt's cousin, works at the yamen. I heard that the imperial court will set aside a portion of these high-yielding seeds to be sold at a fair price. The seeds sold will be the wheat seeds that they got from the Yu family as well as last year's seeds, which were from some kind of new plant that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu. I asked my youngest brother-in-law's relatives to help with keeping an eye on things. As soon as news gets out, we can rush over to stand in line to buy some. The person who just spoke was a man who was a bit younger than the other peasant farmer. He had tanned skin and the corners of his eyes had some faint wrinkles. His clothes had a few patches in them and he had rolled up his pant legs high. He had one foot on the bench and when he spoke, his voice sounded like thunder as it was quite loud. County official Suan snorted sardonically and shook his head with disdain. Can such a good thing actually fall upon lowly people like you? Who doesn't want to get their hands on high-yielding seeds? I'm afraid that, as soon as word gets out, all of the wealthier families will buy them out. The younger man who had patches on his clothing glanced at him and noticed that the man surnamed Zhang was now worried. He hurriedly reassured him, older brother Zhang, don't panic. My youngest brother-in-law's family said that the emperor sent Royal Prince Yang to oversee the seeds. Have you heard of Royal Prince Yang yet? All of the members of the imperial family and the high-ranking officials' families have to tread softly around him. Even the officials at court are afraid of offending him. With Royal Prince Yang in charge, none of those noble and wealthy people will try to hoard the seeds without thinking about the consequences. Our village isn't very far from the capital. If we come here as soon as the news gets out, we can probably buy some before it runs out." The man surnamed Zhang let out a sigh of relief. "If it's truly like that, then we will soon have better lives. Let's not talk about the grain that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu. Even the Yu family's winter wheat could help us better our situations if we plant a few mu with those seeds. If this can allow us peasant farmers to live a life where we can get enough to eat and not freeze to death, I have no objections to the Yu family's father and daughter becoming officials, no matter how high rank they are." "What nonsense. People who plant crops well can also become officials. Then where does that place us scholars? It's truly too scandalous to even think about. Doesn't that mean Zhang so-and-so who raises pigs well and Li so-and-so who raises cows well can also become officials too?" County official Suan thought about how hard he had studied for 15 years and he had only passed the county-level exams after all that work. The fact that someone else could become an official simply from planting crops well was too unfair. The farmer named Zhang had long gotten annoyed with this haughty scholar's demeanor and couldn't help but interject, "What's the point of becoming an official from studying alone if you can't help the common people better their lives? The emperor himself has said that the commoners are the backbone of our country. The country will only be stable and prosperous once everyone has enough to eat and enough to wear. Can raising pigs and cows well help us commoners eat to our fill and not freeze to death? The Yu family's father and daughter are just this skilled, so their official titles were also given to them on basis of their hard work. There's no point in being angry about this." County official Suan sneered. People who walked different paths couldn't see eye to eye. It was useless for him to argue with these coarse people who couldn't read a single word. He picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of bitter tea. Although his heart was full of disdain, he didn't say anything else. The younger man dressed in clothes full of patches started talking again. "I heard that the Yu family's daughter is only around 12 to 13 years of age, but she had also been given the title of a 6th-rank official under the Ministry of Revenue. I've only heard of women becoming officials in plays and stories. Whether in the previous dynasty or this one, this is the first time I've heard of a female becoming an official." When he heard this, county official Suan, who had originally planned on staying silent, couldn't hold himself back. He slapped the table and raised his voice. "This is a woman who usurps authority and is turning society upside down. Can a 12 to 13-year-old girl plow the land or turn dirt? Yet she was given a 6th-rank official title. How can this be so? Are you questioning the emperor's wise decision?" The younger man wasn't very impressed by this county official who only knew how to make acerbic and stinging remarks. He snorted and said, "My youngest brother-in-law's relatives also said that although this Miss Yu is young, she's very clever and hardworking. The minister from the Ministry of Revenue looks highly upon her. Last year, they were only able to nurture that new grain to produce 1,000 caddies per mu because Miss Yu had gone over and helped them plant. That's the only reason why they had such a great harvest. Also, she's the one who came up with the pesticide that helped the Yu family's winter wheat get yields higher than the imperial plantation can get." The young man paused to take a breath and then continued, "That being said, ever since the emperor ascended to his throne, he has elevated the status of women over and over again. Now, there are plenty of women who don't wear veils when they go out on the streets. Furthermore, there are more and more women working in business now. The young woman from the Zhang family is talented at crafting and sewing clothing. Even the empress and imperial consorts have bought custom-made clothing from her. What's so odd about the Yu family's daughter being elevated to a small official position?" The man surnamed Zhang guffawed. "If they could sell me enough high-yielding seeds to plant a few mu, I wouldn't protest her becoming a 6th-level official or an even higher one. Brother, I bet the Yu family probably has a lot of seeds back home. Your connections, can they?" The younger man gave him a look and replied, "That Yu family's ancestral home is in the Tanggu area and nowhere near the capital. Even if my youngest brother-in-law's relatives had good connections, they can't possibly reach all the way to Tanggu town. However, I heard that the Yu family only sent up around 800 mu of grain to the court out of their almost 1,000 mu plantation. As for the remaining 100 or so mu of grain, other than keeping enough back to plant for next year, they sold the rest at a higher price. In fact, the price they set was 5 times the current market price for wheat." Can you afford it? What? 5 times the regular market price? Then isn't that saying that a caddy of seeds is around 50 copper coins? So planting 1 mu with these seeds would cost 1 tael. That's a bit too expensive, right? Farmer Zhang was stupefied at the price and immediately backtracked. His family had 5 mu back home, so the cost of seeds alone would be 5 taels to plant it all. Even if he sacrificed everything he had, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. The younger man shook his head and smiled. Brother Zhang, I was telling you the price that they set for the grain that they sold to people in Tanggu town. The Yu family sold this grain to the rich and wealthy families in town, so those people don't lack for that bit of money. You only see the high price, but have you ever thought that if you could get 600 caddies of wheat per mu, you could still earn around 3 taels per mu even if you sold it at the regular market price? Do you think those rich merchants and families are stupid and would go into a business to lose money? But there's no one in our village who could come up with that much money to buy seeds, right? Arg, it looks like such a good thing can't fall upon us commoners. Farmer Zhang was a bit dispirited as he sighed over this. The younger man immediately comforted him. Brother Zhang, you probably don't know all of the news. The emperor loves us commoners as if we were his children. He absolutely wouldn't try to earn a profit from us. I heard that the high-yielding seeds will be sold to the public at the regular market price for wheat, which is 10 copper coins a caddy. That new grain is already being sown in the imperial plantation. They're probably planning on selling the rest in a few days. As the news about the new grain that yields 1,000 caddies per mu reliable? Farmer Zhang was a bit hesitant about this. How could it not be reliable? I heard the emperor specifically sent down the order to have Royal Prince Yang go to the Western Hemisphere so he can find some. What was it called? Ah, I remember now, it's called corn. Corn can be ground into cornmeal and then carefully filtered. The steamed buns made from corn are a golden yellow and have a sweet fragrance. They are very delicious. The younger man wanted to show off his superior knowledge and had a very self-satisfied look on his face. County official Suan interjected to deflate the young man. You say it as if you have personally eaten some. The rarer something is, the greater the value. For a crop that has such a high yield, it definitely won't be expensive in the future. That being said, most of the commoners don't know anything about the corn that you're talking about, so who would dare to buy it? It's possible that after you plant it, you might not be able to sell it. That'd be a gigantic waste of your time, fertilizer, and money. Stop being such a wet blanket. If you don't talk, no one will mistake you for being mute. My youngest brother-in-law's relative said that his immediate superior was fortunate enough to get to eat corn once at a friend's house. Steamed buns made out of fine corn flour were fragrant and delicious. They even have a slight sweet flavor, and the more you chew the better they taste. Older brother Zhang, just think, 1 mu can produce 1,000 caddies. Even if 1 caddy can only be sold at the price of coarse grain, you can still make around 3 to 4 taels per field off. In any case, my family has 3 mu of farmland and we plan on using 1 to try to plant some corn. Even if we can't sell any, for the next year, at least we'll have grain to eat. I heard that the leaves and stalks from the corn plant can also be used to feed pigs and other farm animals. Next year, my family plans on grabbing 2 extra pigs and we won't have to worry about finding food for them to eat. Just thinking about it makes me happy, the younger man rambled as his eyes shone with light. It was as if he could already see himself in better times. Farmer Zhang hesitated for a second and then slapped the table and grimaced. Since you have already said it out loud, then I too will also get around 2 mu worth of seeds to plant back home. In any case, it's still grain. If I can't sell it, my family can still eat it all. 2 mu of corn at the very least can produce around 2,000 caddies at harvest time. At least for the upcoming year, my whole family won't have to starve with that much grain on hand. The younger man nodded his head approvingly. County official Suan was still preoccupied with the thought of the Yu family becoming officials. He stated in a manner that belied his disapproval of the matter, a silly little lass was given a 6th-rank official position. Then what about her father? Would he be given a higher-ranked position, like a 3rd level? These people were just a bunch of muddy peasants who couldn't read a single word. If they could become a 3rd-ranked official just by being good at raising crops, would the other officials at court be okay with that? However, The younger man burst out into giggles and said, "It's actually quite interesting. The Yu family's daughter is now a 6th-ranked official under the Ministry of Revenue, but her father is only a lowly 7th-ranked official. I heard that he's stationed at Tanggu Town and is especially in charge of managing Royal Prince Yang's feudal grounds farmlands. Brother, do you think a 7th-level official is small? That's the same level as the county magistrate. That being said, the Yu family has close ties with Royal Prince Yang. On the Royal Prince's feudal lands, even the prefectural magistrate has to give them some leeway. Right now, the Yu family has a lot of clout in Tanggu Town." Farmer Zhang expressed his feelings of envy and jealousy. How come such a good thing didn't fall onto him? The younger man was about to say something when suddenly a skinny youth ran into the tea house. The young man immediately stood up and welcomed the youth as he asked urgently, "Is there news already?" The skinny youth picked up a cup from the table and guzzled it down. He used his sleeve to wipe his mouth and then started talking, obviously. Starting at noon today, Imperial Prince Jing's 18 grain shops will all be selling corn seeds and will close after 5 days. What about the seeds for wheat then? Are they being sold? I didn't bring a lot of money with me, so I don't know if I have enough. Farmer Zhang started scrambling frantically as he didn't know what he should do next. The skinny youth glanced at him and knew that this farmer was with his older brother-in-law and hurriedly said, "They will only start selling winter wheat after the autumn harvest. Right now they're only selling corn seeds and the price is so low that it's unbelievable. 1 caddy is only 5 copper coins." The younger man pulled at his arm and said, "One of the prince's grain shops is on this street. Let's get there before the news gets out. That way we can get a place in line." The other peasant farmers who were in the tea house eavesdropping also followed these two men after settling their bills. They all jogged in the direction of the Imperial Prince's grain shop. By the time they got there, they discovered that there was already a line with a dozen or so people in it at the front. It didn't need to be said just how popular the Imperial Prince's grain shops were right now. Every single one had a winding line in front of it. Yu Xiaosao, who had just been given the title of a 6th-rank official, was still lost in wonder. In her past life, she hadn't even acted as the class monitor. The highest position she got was when she was in the factories working and had been appointed a small group leader. Now, she suddenly became an official that was 2 levels higher than the county magistrate. Although she was only an official in the Ministry of Revenue in charge of farming affairs, it was still a rank position. Today, the official uniform that had been personally tailored for her, a small-sized 6th-level official's robe that was green-blue in color and had an embroidered heron in the front, had arrived. She changed into it while she was in her rooms and proudly walked back and forth with it on. While she was joking along with her maid-servants, the palace sent down a decree for her to enter. Good timing. She didn't even need to change clothing. What was the point of having official clothing? Obviously, when the emperor called her in, she needed to wear it right. Like this, she had the maid-servants arrange her hair into a neat bun that was fastened with a jade hairpin and then boldly entered the imperial palace. In the imperial study, only the emperor was there with his head lowered, reading documents. When Yu Xiaosao saw this, she immediately relaxed. If there were other court officials there who saw her wearing official's clothing, they absolutely would find her to be an eyesore. Since it was only the emperor seeing her, it absolutely couldn't be a big issue. At most, he would only want to talk about some farming affairs. She was very familiar with this stuff, so there was nothing for her to be afraid of. However, she would have never expected that the emperor's first words would scare her silly. "I'll say. Old friend, when will you ever spill the beans to me?" Apparently, as soon as Yu Xiaosao entered the imperial study, Zhu Junfan had immediately noticed her. At first, the little lass's every movement was quite cautious and she stayed obediently behind Su Ran like a little bird with her head tucked down. However, once she noticed that it was only him in the room, she suddenly straightened her back and became much more lively. He pretended to be engrossed in the documents in front of him. The little lass was becoming more and more bold. She was looking around the imperial study as if she was on a tour. She craned her neck to look at the books on the bookshelves and then secretly touched a few items that were on the treasure shelf. She even bent down to take a whiff of the incense censer that was burning ambergris. "Little girl, do you think the imperial study is like your own backyard? Just watch as I scare you a bit, you bold little thing. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart skip a beat and cold sweat immediately poured out of her pores. She stuttered, "What? Old friend. Your Imperial Majesty, is your ancestral home in Tangu Town? Pretending, always pretending. Are you still going to pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about? Peking roasted duck, braised food, Buddha jumps over the wall, and those large watermelons as well as the early ripening vegetables, even an idiot would know that you are from the same place as I am." Zhu Junfan propped his chin up in an unruffled manner and watched as the little lass revealed expressions of unease and fright. This subject, no, this official had found an old cookbook that was damaged. Yu Xiaoxiao still attempted to defend herself, but her excuse seemed quite pathetic at this moment. Beloved official Yu, deceiving the monarch is a crime worthy of death. Zhu Junfan revealed an emperor's presence and stared at her fixedly like a tiger staring at its prey. It made Yu Xiaoxiao feel as if she was under a lot of pressure. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and slumped her shoulders. She had always known that once her old transmigrator friend, the emperor, had suspicions towards her, she would be pulled out of the dark by the tail. Struggling to death was of no use, so she could only brace herself as she answered, "Whatever your Imperial Majesty says will do." Zhu Junfan saw that the little lass was now acting like a depressed little bunny and had an expression that showed she had accepted her fate. He grinned, "Why do you need to act all down and depressed? I'm not a tiger that will eat you, right? You are the emperor and I am only a tiny official who has just stepped into office. In your hands, I don't even have the chance to struggle, so I can only accept my fate and die." Yu Xiaoxiao felt her heart quiver with anxiety. She wasn't sure how this old transmigrator friend would act and how he would treat her. "Accept your fate and die. Why would I want to kill you? Did you do anything that is worthy of death? Or were you an evil bastard in your past life and murdered dozens of people?" Zhu Junfan ridiculed her as he replied, "You are the evil." The word, bastard, didn't leave her lips as she raised her head to look at the shining dragon robe on the other person. She immediately shut her mouth and shrank back like a frightened quail. Zhu Junfan laughed noiselessly for a moment before he finally relieved her worries. "Don't worry, as long as you don't commit any heinous crimes, we will not kill you. We are quite delighted to encounter another transmigrator after so long, so why would we kill you for no reason?" Yu Xiaoxiao let out a long, relieved sigh and felt her body relax completely. Zhu Junfan looked at her and then asked, "Old friend, what did you do in your past life? What happened to make you transmigrate over to here? What year and month did you transmigrate over on?" When she saw that Zhu Junfan's attitude seemed quite gentle, not at all like those transmigrators who were afraid of fellow transmigrators stealing their thunder and wanted to kill them as rivals, she felt her fears melt away. She paused for a second and then obediently replied, "In my past life, I was a very ordinary commoner. I didn't even graduate from middle school when I had to go out to work. Later on, I opened up a braised food store and the business went quite well." At this point, she paused and thought of her younger brother's exciting and dignified wedding. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "That day, it was my younger brother's wedding. I was so happy that I drank an extra 2 glasses of alcohol. When I was going down the stairs, I wasn't careful and fell. Once I woke up, I found out that I had transmigrated into the body of a poor little fisherman's daughter." "You also drank alcohol before you transmigrated over?" "Aish, I was out with my roommates celebrating at a restaurant on the night of our graduation. I didn't even finish a bottle of beer when my head became dizzy. When I woke up, I was being born in the turmoil and chaos of war. Looks like you replaced a soul while I was reborn into an infant. But we were both put into this situation by alcohol." Zhu Junfan let out a sudden sigh. He had just graduated from a prestigious university and was about to go out into the world to do something big. However, he never expected that his soul would be sent into a different world and that he'd become a tiny infant that only knew how to cry. It was truly such a letdown. Even more annoying was that the previous dynasty's emperor was still making his last struggle to keep his throne. He, who had just been born, had to flee with his new mother under the protection of some soldiers like a bunch of homeless vagrants. He almost died from this struggle. Luckily, his new grandfather very quickly managed to overthrow the dynasty and establish the new Great Ming dynasty. Only then did his life stabilize a bit. "Old friend, When did you transmigrate over? Zhu Junfan asked out of curiosity. Around October 18, 2017, likely right as the 19th started. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally been planning on going home that night to go online and listen to her leader's lecture. However, tragedy happened instead. Sigh, her younger brother must have also been upset. His wedding day was now the anniversary of his older sister's death. Zhu Junfan nodded and then casually said, "You were later than me by about 3 months. I transmigrated over in July. Old friend, tell me the truth, when you transmigrated over. Did the god of transmigration give you a big golden finger?" Yu Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly narrowed and both of her hands tightened. How could such a small movement escape the discerning eyes of Zhu Junfan, who had been an emperor for 7 to 8 years? A flicker of joy flashed in him and he urgently followed up to ask, "What sort of golden finger is it? Is it a separate dimension with a spiritual spring where you can plant vegetation?" Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao was quite nervous and on edge. When she heard this, she opened her eyes in disbelief and couldn't help but say, "Your Imperial Majesty, is the hole in your head a bit too big?" Not a single change in expression escaped Zhu Junfan's gaze. When he saw this, he felt a bit disappointed. If it wasn't a separate dimension, then what was it? "Old friend, don't worry, I'm not one of those shameless people who's going to steal your treasure. Just obediently tell me what it is and stop hiding it. If you don't have a separate dimension with a mystical spring, then how are you able to grow crops so well? It doesn't seem to matter what type of plant it is either. In your hands, even the most common wheat doubles its output at harvest. Also, there's the watermelons. They are sweeter than the ones sent for tribute and are even more delicious than the ones I ate in my previous life. If you don't have a mystical spring, then how can you, someone who had worked and was a small business owner, possibly come up with methods to craft medicinal pills and tinctures that are so effective? Tell the truth and stop trying to resist." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the multicolored stone that was strung on her wrist with colorful string. She reluctantly said, "What separate dimension? That stuff doesn't exist. I'm willing to vow an oath to the god of transmigration. If I have a separate dimension and I'm not telling, then let me fall into an endless circle of reincarnation with all of my memories." "Reincarnate with all of your memories? Are you sure that's not a reward instead of a punishment?" Zhu Junfan gave her a pointed look. However, judging by the little lass's attitude, he was pretty sure that she didn't have a separate dimension. Then just what sort of golden finger did she have? Zhu Junfan looked in the direction that the girl had gazed at earlier. On her pale wrist, there was a colorful stone the size of a marble strung on some braided colored string. The little lass loved money but didn't like to wear gold, silver or jade. Was her special item somehow related to this small stone? Yu Xiaoxiao, whose heart was filled with unease, noticed that the emperor's gaze had fallen on the multicolored stone on her wrist. She hurriedly hid her hand behind her back in a seemingly guilty manner and said, "There's no separate dimension. There really isn't another realm." In Zhu Junfan's eyes, her reaction seemed like a clumsy denial that resulted in self-exposure. He felt even more certain that there was something with the multicolored stone. The little divine stone's scornful voice sounded in Xiaoxiao's mind, "What are you afraid of? With this divine stone here, would I let you get bullied? With my current power, I'll immediately abolish him if he dared to harm you. But, according to this divine stone's probing, the other party currently doesn't have any malice towards you. Tut, this fellow has a pretty character. In the face of such a big temptation, he unexpectedly doesn't have any intention of taking it for himself." After Yu Xiaoxiao heard what the little divine stone said, her heart somewhat relaxed. The little divine stone was right. The emperor just didn't have any intention of taking it for himself at present, but if he continued to misunderstand, he might change his mind one day. After all, the possession of a realm that defied all laws, or a spiritual spring that could resurrect people, were a major challenge to one's heart. He was the high and majestic emperor. In this ancient society, the supremacy of the imperial family was the norm. Even if she had the protection of the little divine stone, she couldn't let him feel suspicious about her. After all, she just wanted to be a dutiful little peasant girl. She didn't want to live a life where she had to flee to the end of the world if she murdered the sovereign. Since it turned out this way, it would be better to be honest than let him think that she had a law-defying realm. A celestial stone that could improve one's health and accelerate the growth of crops should be much less tempting than a law-defying realm, right? Yu Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip hard, and a faint taste of blood spread in her mouth. As if he could see the struggles within her heart, Zhu Junfen just stared at her silently with a calm gaze. Seeing that her fists were tightly clenched as if she had made a decision, he finally spoke up, "What? You've decided. Do you want to be honest and receive a lighter sentence, or refuse to confess and get a harsher punishment? If I refused, would your Imperial Majesty cut off my head?" Yu Xiaoxiao had calmed down a lot as she asked in reply. Zhu Junfen seriously pondered for a couple seconds, and then laughed. "Since I became the emperor, I vowed to be a wise ruler. It seems to contradict my ideals if I want to kill you merely because of the separate dimension in your hands. So, I won't kill you. No matter how tight one's mouth is, the Ministry of Justice seems to be able to pry it open. Do you want to go have a tour? No need. I'm still underage, so it's bad for a pre-teen's mental and physical health to see such a bloody scene." Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat curious about the top 10 tortures of the Ming Dynasty and Qing Dynasty, but she would politely decline the offer to see it in person. Zhu Junfen curled up his lips and said, "Pre-teen. In your previous life, even your younger brother was married, so how can you be underaged? Who knows, you might even have a few kids. Stop pretending to be young. You're the one who has a bunch of kids. I'm still a single young woman, who has passed the average age of marriage. I don't even have a boyfriend, so where will I get a kid?" Yu Xiaoxiao bravely glared at him. "You're a single young woman past the average age of marriage, yet you're still shamelessly pretending to be underaged." There was finally someone who he could talk in a casual manner with, so Zhu Junfen started to joke with her. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and stubbornly said, "I'm young at heart. To be able to always keep a pure childlike innocence is very rare and commendable, don't you think so? All right, let's stop talking about all this nonsense. Quickly tell me about your separate dimension. What does it look like? How big is it? What did you plant inside? Do you have hybrid rice? Wheat that can produce 1,000 caddies per mu?" Zhu Junfen really had no intention of taking the realm for himself. In his opinion, the possession of a treasure was predestined and couldn't be forced. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and interrupted the emperor's series of questions. She said in a stern and serious manner, "Emperor, I really don't have any separate dimensions." "Then what is that little rock on your wrist? Don't tell me that it's just a normal little rock." Zhu Junfen stared at her wrist with a "stop lying" expression. "You're a little rock. Your whole family are little rocks." The little divine stone rolled its eyes and sharpened its claws on the side. After briefly thinking about it, Yu Xiaoxiao took the multicolored stone bracelet off her wrist, walked forward, and handed it to him. She said, "Your Majesty, you have sharp eyes. This is indeed not an ordinary stone. It said that it is a multicolored stone left from when Goddess Nu amended the sky. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it had gained intelligence and spirituality, and could transform into a human form. It could also talk." After Zhu Junfen heard this, he thought, "This little stone has become an immortal awe." He took the stone and thoroughly examined it with an incredulous expression. "Hey, my fellow transmigrator friend, even if you want me to believe that you don't have a separate dimension, you don't have to fabricate a fantasy story to lie to me. I might believe you if you tell me that a monkey will come out of the rock. But to say that this stone has cultivated into an immortal, do you think that I'm a fool? Dummy, fool, stupid, take your dirty hands off of me. Why are you touching me? How can a vulgar mortal like you disrespect this divine stone?" The little divine stone's young yet haughty voice suddenly emerged within Zhu Junfen's mind. He trembled with fear and threw the multicolored stone on the ground. Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward, picked up the little divine stone, and gently wiped it. The voice sounded in Zhu Junfen's mind again and seemed to be filled with anger. "Dmn it, you actually dared to throw this divine stone. If I don't let you have a taste of my power, you won't understand why the flowers are so red. Little glutinous dumpling, don't." From the little divine stone's tone, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that the little fellow was really angry, so she hastily stopped it. However, before she finished speaking, the gold-coated carved wooden chair that Zhu Junfen sat on suddenly scattered into a pile of wood. As for him, the emperor wearing his imperial robe, He was now sitting awkwardly within the bits of wood awkwardly with a bewildered expression on his face. Suddenly, Zhu Junfan's eyes widened and his expression was full of disbelief. It turned out that a faint golden light had emerged from the multicolored stone on Xiaoxiao's wrist and slowly turned into a golden baby. The little baby was chubby and only wore a little red top. Its exposed limbs looked like lotus roots, while its hair was tied up like a launching rocket. It looked like it had come out of a New Year painting. The little baby appeared very pleased with itself as it snorted, "You dared to disrespect this divine stone. Do you know how powerful I am now? If you do it again, I won't let you off so lightly. Xiao, quickly pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Zhu Junfan was completely stunned to see a little baby appear out of nowhere. It was too mystical, wasn't it? After hesitating for a second, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately went forward and stretched out her hand to harshly pinch the emperor's cheek. She felt very satisfied in her heart. At the present time, I'm probably the only one to have a chance to pinch the emperor's face. Such a good feeling. Zhu Junfan, who had seen through her thinking, helplessly smacked away her hand, which was torturing his cheek. He said, "You're really pinching me just because I said that. Heh, wasn't it an imperial edict by you, the emperor? How can this lowly commoner not comply?" This lowly official received an imperial edict to pinch you. With a slightly crafty smile, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke in a very right and confident manner. "Who told you to pinch my face? It's all red now. How am I supposed to see people later? Can't you give me some face, my fellow transmigrator?" Zhu Junfan rubbed his painful face as he glared sulkily at the young girl. She really didn't treat him as the emperor. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and replied in a matter-of-fact manner, "All right, I'll pinch somewhere else next time." "You want to do it again?" Zhu Junfan stared at her with a fierce gaze, revealing a domineering force. This caused the young girl to finally realize the difference between their statuses. She immediately stepped back and stood a safe distance away. "Tell me, what exactly is that thing?" Zhu Junfan asked as he pointed at the little baby who was walking around and touching the things in the imperial study. Seeing that the other party still spoke in a disrespectful manner, the little divine stone was infuriated. It put one of its hands on its hip like a teapot and scolded, "How dare you? You dared to speak of this divine stone in such a manner. It seems like your fall earlier was too light. All right, I'm wrong. You're not a thing, okay." Zhu Junfan felt very wronged. He was the emperor, but the little girl didn't take him seriously and even pinched his face. This unknown thing scolded and punished him whenever it liked. Was there anyone more wrong than him? Humph! Foolish human, this divine stone is a disciple of Goddess Nuwa. I was ordered by Goddess Nuwa to cultivate in the mortal realm. The little divine stone picked up a crane and evergreen ornament and scratched the crane's mouth. Humph! Little white crane looked down on me because it's Goddess Nuwa's mystical mount. It also called me a slow-witted and obstinate stone. See if this divine stone doesn't break your beak so that you can't speak. Zhu Junfan glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao with eyes full of questions. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded at him and said, "Little glutinous dumpling, which is the divine stone's current name, accidentally recognized me as its master. Had it not been for it, I would have died a long time ago and wouldn't have the chance to be reborn into this era. Once it accumulates enough merits, it will leave this world." Zhu Junfan, on the other hand, thought of another matter. He ceased his brows and had a gaze full of worries. "Based on what you're saying, the reason you're able to produce high-yield crops has a lot to do with it. If it leaves, then..." Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "The spiritual energy that the little divine stone emits while it cultivates can gather in water and help accelerate the growth of crops. It's thanks to the little divine stone that my family early ripening vegetables can be harvested in early spring. It's also responsible for the high yield of my family's corn and wheat. However, there's still several decades before it's time for it to leave. If we carefully cultivate it, we will definitely be able to produce high-yield crops. I have already told the tenant farmers at the farmstead to collect bigger wheat ears, and if we also grow them meticulously, I believe that the output of wheat will increase in a few years. A yield of 1,000 caddies per mu isn't just a dream. Good, we were right about you. Whether the people in our country can fill their stomachs will depend on you. Oh right, without the divine stone's spiritual energy, can the seeds from the crops you grow still be able to produce a high yield? Zhu Junfan expressed his worries. Yu Xiaoxiao had already gotten a confirmation from the little divine stone, so she replied without hesitation, at present, if we plant the wheat kernels transported from Tanggu town, the output should be the same, or even higher, than that of our farmstead. As for the second generation of seeds, I reckon that there will be a reduction in the yield. After all, little glutinous dumplings' power in the seeds will gradually dissipate after multiple generations of planting. Doesn't that mean that if we want to maintain a high yield, we must buy seeds from you at least once every 2 years? A worried expression appeared on Zhu Junfan's face. If it was like this, then the output of the crops would return to the previous state when the stone goblin accumulated enough merits. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, therefore, we must try to breed high-yield seeds and not rely entirely on little glutinous dumpling. Zhu Junfan pondered for a moment, and then asked, you're brazenly wearing such a precious cheat on your wrist, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, and then replied with a spurious smile, won't people be more suspicious if I hid it? This multicolored stone looks beautiful, but isn't it still just a stone? I made it into a bracelet and wore it on my wrist, so if others asked about it, I would just say that it was blessed by an eminent monk. Like a safety amulet, it will protect me to grow up healthily. Who would be so shameless and steal a pretty-looking rock? I'm not an idiot who would publicize that I found a treasure. At present, other than myself, you, the emperor, are the only one who knows about the magic of the multicolored stone. Her meaning was very obvious. As long as the emperor didn't have any bad ideas, there wouldn't be anyone else eyeing the multicolored stone. Oh, you really trust me, your fellow transmigrator, so much? Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly change my mind and steal it from you? After getting a clarification from her, Zhu Junfan had the urge to tease this eccentric little transmigrator friend again. You're the knife, while I'm the fish. What can I do when you're so lucky? You transmigrated into the imperial family and even became the emperor, so would I dare to not answer your questions honestly? Like you said, those who lie to the emperor will be executed. Moreover, at present, the little divine stone's power only works on crops. Your Majesty, with your noble status and busy schedule, you can't actually go work in the fields yourself, right? It's better to have little commoners like us help you with these types of hard labors. Yu Xiaoxiao acted in a very fawning manner. Well, he was the emperor after all. Since she was in a feudal society ruled by the imperial family, she must know her place. She shouldn't forget who she was just because they came from the same place. If she really did that, then she would probably die really quickly. Of course, she also didn't have to always flatter the emperor like everyone else. After all, for someone who was in such a powerful yet lonely position, there would be times when he would want to relax for a moment. It was quite tiring to always act high and mighty. Oh, does your multicolored stone really only work on crops? While Xiaoxiao was talking, Zhu Junfan had seen the baby, who was gnawing on his cup, roll its eyes at her and had a dissatisfied expression. Thus, he couldn't help but ask. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at her pig-like teammate, sighed, and resignedly said, it can also do some other things like strengthening one's body. It can enhance the effects of medicine. It can help brighten and smoothen one's skin, and so on. Zhu Junfan casually fiddled with the ruler in his hands and asked in a seemingly casual manner, oh, only these and nothing else? For example, something like bringing the dead back to life. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and made an incredulous expression, how is that possible? The little divine stone has limited spiritual power, so how can it do something of law-defying? It won't be able to do that even after returning to its heyday. Zhu Junfan curled up his lips as he looked at the young girl's slightly exaggerated expression. He pointed at the little baby, who was currently drinking water from a ceramic teapot, and lightly chuckled. Then, how much power will it have when it returns to its heyday? Who knows? After all, it only has less than 1% of its power now. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to get deeper into this topic. She was really afraid that her fellow transmigrator would suddenly want to take the little divine stone. Zhu Junfan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He could feel the young girl's anxious mood, so he deliberately said, this little stone can only use 1 or 2% of its power, yet it's already so powerful. What will happen when it returns to its heyday? I really anticipate it. What to do? I have the urge to take it away. It has already recognized a master, so there's no use in taking it. Yu Xiaoxiao felt slightly alarmed in her heart. She carefully observed the emperor's expression, but she couldn't tell if he was joking or being serious. Then, what if its master dies? Zhu Junfan deliberately showed a cruel gaze and curled up his lips so that his expression appeared sinister. Yu Xiaoxiao's entire body turned cold, and her lips instantly lost all color. Yeah, if she died, then wouldn't the little divine stone be without a master? Could it be that her fellow transmigrator finally wanted to get rid of her? Don't be scared. Since you're already bound with this divine stone, how can you die so easily? You will definitely die peacefully in bed. Little divine stone couldn't help but cover its face when it saw the stupid expression on its master's face. Why did it have such a coward as a master? It must never let its friends in the other realm know about this. It was too embarrassing. Zhu Junfan finally looked at the pantless baby seriously and calmly asked, if the sovereign wants the official dead, then the official will have no choice but to die. What if I really want her life and take the treasure? Then you can try. Who knows who will end up dead? The little divine stone spoke in a tone that was full of the arrogance of looking down on all living beings. Not to mention the palace's imperial guards, but even with tens of thousands of soldiers, they still might not be able to ensure the complete safety of their master. Yu Xiaoxiao really wanted to block the little divine stone's mouth. Wasn't it just adding oil to the fire? The other party was the emperor. If he really got angry, then that would lead to a death sentence. Although the little divine stone could ensure her safety, she yearned for a stable and peaceful life, rather than being a refugee for her entire life. There were more than a dozen lives altogether in her entire family, including her extended family. Without a change of expression, Zhu Junfan deepened his gaze and said with a light chuckle, she's only an ordinary commoner, so is she really worth you doing this for her? We are the son of the heavens and thus have the chi of a dragon on my body. Isn't it better to cultivate around us than her? The barefooted baby walked up to him and looked him up and down, as if it was examining the value of an object. After a long time, the little fellow shook its head and sighed, it is indeed more beneficial for my cultivation to stay around you. It paused to give the alarmed Yu Xiaoxiao a reassuring look, and then continued, if this divine stone had not recognized a master yet, you're indeed the best candidate. Unfortunately, this divine stone has already signed a blood contract with this girl. If I betray my master, I will turn back into my original form. By the time I recover my intelligence, it will probably be several hundreds or even over 1,000 years later. The meaning of the little divine stone's words was very obvious. Kid, don't even think about trying to instigate this divine stone to rebel against my master and break our relationship. You won't be able to get anything good out of it unless you can live for over 1,000 years. Then you will have to wait for the divine stone to recover my intelligence and make a contract with you. Unfortunately, you're only a mere mortal. By that time, you would have long turned into a pile of dry bones. Who knows where you'll end up at that time? It seems like the possession of a treasure really did depend on fate. After hearing the little divine stone's words, the slight trace of desire within Zhu Junfan's heart was completely cut off and a relaxed feeling replaced it. Seeing that his little transmigrator friend was scared out of her wits, he quickly revealed a pacifying smile and said, "Don't be scared. I was just joking with you." However, he knew very clearly within his own heart whether he was purely joking with her. It was such a rare treasure, so who wouldn't want it? Since he wasn't fated to have it, he could only give up. Emperor, Royal Prince Yang requested an audience. Chief Steward Su Ran's voice sounded from outside of the imperial study and broke the apparently awkward atmosphere in the room. Zhu Junfan chortled and teased, "Let that kid come in. We aren't a man-eating tiger, so did he have to be so worried?" As soon as Zhu Junyang stepped into the imperial study, he could clearly feel an uncomfortable emotion coming towards him. If Xiaoxiao was the only woman who he couldn't detect the feelings of, then the emperor and his imperial grandfather were the only two who could block his mind-reading ability. He concluded that this was because they had the chi of a dragon protecting them. The two people in the imperial study were both people he couldn't see through, but he was sensitive enough to feel the weird atmosphere in the room. He looked worriedly at the little lass, who he was worried sick about. Seeing that she still had a frightened expression on her face, he felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle and the pain penetrated into his internal organs. Emperor, Yu Xiaoxiao was born in the countryside, so she doesn't know proper etiquette. If she offended you in any way, this official will apologize to you on her behalf. Zhu Junyang knew that the little lass was bold and would say whatever she wanted in front of him. However, the person in front of her was the emperor. He wouldn't tolerate all her actions. Did the little lass offend the emperor with her words and got scolded, so she got frightened? With a meaningful smile on his face, Zhu Junfan chuckled and teased, "Oh. You guys aren't even married yet but you're already so protective. I didn't expect that royal Prince Yang, who is known as a cold-faced killer, to also have such a gentle and considerate side." Zhu Junyang slightly blushed. He glanced at the little lass who was hiding behind him. She gently held onto the edge of his clothes and looked as if she trusted and relied on him. An inexplicable feeling surged within his heart. He was afraid that the little lass would be shy, so he quickly said, "Your Majesty, girls are thin-skinned, so please be merciful with your words. This official doesn't want to add more obstacles to my long pursuit of my wife." Tisk tisk, younger cousin Ah, you can't always spoil women, lest they walk all over you. Others might not, but he was certain that this fellow transmigrator of his wasn't someone who would obediently listen to others. His younger cousin would definitely be tortured in the future. As soon as Royal Prince Yang came in, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was in a panic, instantly calmed down. She was like a little grass in the rain and wind that had finally found a big tree to shelter her from the furious storm. Thus, she couldn't help but move closer to his back, seeking protection. His broad and lofty back seemed to be able to block all kinds of storms. She felt a full sense of security when she hid behind him. No matter how strong women were, they still needed a safe haven to stop it, right? A burst of hot summer wind blew towards them when they came out of the imperial study. There was still a moist feeling on her back, which had been drenched in cold sweat. As she stepped on the white marble platform, she looked back at the yellow-glazed tiles on the roof of the palace hall and the golden dragon and multicolored paintings on the double-eaved roof. Looking at the magnificent palace, Yu Xiaoxiao had personally experienced the horror of imperial authority. Perhaps, there was actually a moment earlier when the emperor really thought about taking the multicolored stone. However, he just suppressed it with his rationality. As for herself, she had just barely dodged death. Stepping on the flat surface of the marble flooring, she walked forward silently. She didn't have any energy to talk as if she had just exhausted all her courage in the imperial study earlier. Zhu Junyang quietly accompanied her. Seeing that the little lass didn't have any intention of speaking, he didn't disrupt her confused feelings in hope that his silent company could help her calm down. He didn't know what just happened in the imperial study, but he was certain that the little lass had been greatly frightened. Didn't the emperor think highly of the little lass? Could it be that he intimidated her in order to make her obedient? Or, did the emperor find out about the lass's secret and wanted to inquire about it? He turned around and saw the young girl's silky black hair, which was styled into a small flower bud on the top of her head and adorned with green hairpins. The top of the little lass's head hadn't even reached his shoulders, yet she seemed to be carrying a big secret on her thin shoulders. He wanted to tell her that he was the only person that she could trust, so she could rest assured and tell him about her worries. He would help her carry the burden. However, he was afraid of scaring her. He should forget about it for today and try again in the future. Seeing that the lass had stopped next to the terrace in Qianqing Palace and her gaze was fixed on a metallic gold pavilion on the stone step, Zhu Junyang said, "This metallic gold pavilion is called Magnificent Palace of the Country, which symbolizes that the country is in the hands of the emperor." Yes, the country was in the hands of the emperor. She, on the other hand, was just a little ant that he could easily kill at any time. He had let her go today, but it wasn't because she was someone very important. Instead, it was because she was still useful to him. How astonishing would it be for a woman to become an official? How many officials would have objected? Yet the emperor still bestowed her the position of a sixth-ranked official. What did this mean? In addition to her cheat for farming, he had also displayed the supremacy of imperial authority. As imperial officials, they had the right to voice their opposition, but they couldn't control the emperor's decision. Yu Xiaoxiao touched the multicolored stone on her wrist. Today's conversation in the Imperial study seemed like a casual chat, but it was actually full of danger. Had it not been for the fact that the little divine stone had already recognized a master who couldn't be easily replaced. Perhaps, this prince doesn't know what you and the Emperor talked about before I arrived that made you so scared. You also know about this prince's ability. When I stepped into the Imperial study, I didn't feel any killing intention from the Emperor. Thus, he had no intention of harming you in any way. As long as the Emperor isn't planning on harming you, with this prince here, no one would dare to touch you. Seeing that Xiaoxiao was staring at the magnificent palace of the country, in a daze and didn't appear as lively as usual, Zhu Junyang couldn't help but comfort her. He hoped that she could break away from her perplexed feelings. Yu Xiaoxiao still appeared somewhat listless, but she gave him face and replied, "Is it really okay for you to privately speculate the Emperor's intentions? This is the Imperial Palace. There are ears and eyes everywhere, so it's better to be cautious with your words and actions." The little lass, who usually acted in a reckless and bold manner, had now become timid and overcautious. Seeing this, the darkness within the deepest part of Zhu Junyang's heart started to become restless and a burst of violence escaped from within. At this time, he wanted to overturn everything in front of him, including the large and thick palace walls. Su Ran, who was personally escorting Royal Prince Yang and Yu Xiaoxiao out of the palace, alertly sensed the change in Zhu Junyang. He had long known that the royal prince would sometimes lose control of himself due to a childhood trauma. There was once an episode that was so serious that even the emperor had been alarmed, and thus sent him to assist head steward Lu to suppress the royal prince, who had gone completely out of control. At that time, he, head steward Lu and several martial arts experts, who served the royal prince, had exerted a lot of efforts to prevent royal prince Yang from hurting others. In the past 2 to 3 years, the royal prince seemed to have overcome his childhood trauma and had never gone out of control again. Why was the royal prince suddenly on the verge of going on a rampage? What caused his inner demon to come out and led him to lose control? Su Ran realized that this was a bad situation. They had just walked not too far from the imperial study. If royal prince Yang lost control in the palace and hurt the emperor, not only would it affect the royal prince, but the entire imperial prince Jing's household would also be doomed. In a flash, Su Ran had quickly turned around and shortened the distance between himself and royal prince Yang. He was now 2 steps away from him, and he was secretly on guard. Su Ran's vigilance might have triggered Zhu Junyang. His charming phoenix eyes gradually turned crimson red and the veins around his eyes became apparent. His slender hands were like the strong talons of an eagle. "Oh no, master, your man is about to go crazy. Quickly stop him." As soon as Zhu Junyang stepped into the imperial study, the little divine stone had already turned into a golden light and went back into the multicolored stone. When it sensed that something was wrong with Zhu Junyang, it immediately jumped out to stop him. Damn it, there are so little resources for cultivation here, so why would there be demon possession? With my current power, I won't be able to beat this demon. What should I do? What should I do? Whose man? Little glutinous dumpling is seriously speaking more and more recklessly. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have time to rebuke it. She immediately grabbed onto Zhu Junyang, who was on the verge of losing control. Her soft and slightly cold hands seemed like sweet spring water that went straight to the heart of a thirsty man and soothed the uncontrollable rage within his heart. The little divine stone also hurriedly gathered all its spiritual power and let it flow into the deepest part of Zhu Junyang's consciousness through his veins. The demon inside was about to break through its shackles. A demon could control one's heart because it could hold on to the weakness of human nature. It could also hide in the deepest wound in one's heart and expand infinitely until one loses control of their consciousness. In this way, it could take control of the person's body and do irreparable things. The process would repeat over and over again until the person collapsed completely and finally became the puppet of the demon. This meant that if a person had a strong enough mind, the demon would never be able to do anything and would be suppressed within the deepest part of one's mind. The moment Yu Xiaoxiao grabbed onto Zhu Junyang, the pure sense of worry, anxiousness, and concern directly entered his heart. The raging fire within his heart slowly cooled down and extinguished, as if it had encountered a spring rain. The spiritual power that the little divine stone had released, with the help of its master's hands, had also entered the deepest part of Royal Prince Yang's consciousness and disrupted the demon that was about to emerge. The inner demon's control on Zhu Junyang had been weakened, and with the anxious calls of Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Junyang gradually recovered his senses. The darkness of the demon was suppressed bit by bit until it reluctantly retracted back into a corner. Su Ran was inwardly stunned as he watched the redness in Royal Prince Yang's eyes gradually fade and he regained his senses. He looked profoundly at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was holding onto Royal Prince Yang's hands with an anxious and worried expression. It seemed like this lass was quite important within Royal Prince Yang's heart. She could actually pull him back before he lost control of himself. Could this be the so-called, there was always one thing to overcome another? Since the emperor ascended the throne, he had been shackled down by the old ministers and had always wanted to nurture his own capable ministers. Royal Prince Yang was the emperor's younger cousin, and he had both capabilities and ways to get things done. But as the emperor described him, he was like a bomb that could explode at any moment, hurting others and himself. Thus, he would be hard to control. In recent years, he might have strengthened his self-control as he aged. There had not been another incident when he lost control and hurt others again. Thus, the emperor gradually began to let him handle some matters. Royal Prince Yang also didn't let people down and successfully completed his tasks. Based on what he had heard from the emperor, it seemed like he was planning on putting the royal prince in an important position in the future. Earlier, he almost thought Royal Prince Yang would be possessed by the demon again and lose control of himself. With Royal Prince Yang's current martial arts skills, it would be quite difficult to suppress him. It was fortunate that the lass of the Yu family was here. She appeared like such a thin and weak person, but she could actually help the royal prince instantly recover his senses. Perhaps, Royal Prince Yang attached great importance to her deep within his heart. He was afraid of losing her, and thus he desperately tried to suppress his inner demon and control himself before he exploded. It seemed that as long as Miss Yu was here, all of the emperor's worries would be unnecessary. In the future, the emperor would have another capable assistant. He had gotten one step closer to his dream. When he sent them out of the palace, Royal Prince Yang had already recovered to his usual state. It appeared as if the ferocious demon earlier was only Su Ran's imagination. When the young girl got on the carriage, the tall physique of Royal Prince Yang, who sat on his horse, appeared even more stalwart. The strong and gentle figures seemed very harmonious. Even the gorgeous sunset dimmed in comparison with them. When he returned to the palace hall, the eunuch told him that the emperor was still in the imperial study. After receiving permission, Su Ran entered the imperial study again. He noticed that the emperor, who was usually a diligent worker, had left the imperial memorials aside and sat beside the bookcase in a daze. Earlier, the emperor had kicked everyone out of the room, so even he couldn't stay to serve by him. Could it be that the emperor and Miss Yu had discussed a difficult matter, and thus he was acting abnormally now? Fortunately, the emperor soon cleared up his mind. He let out a long sigh as if he had made some sort of decision. He took a look at Su Ran, who stood in front of him, and slowly said, "Junyang and Miss Yu, have they already left the palace?" "In reply to your majesty, this servant personally escorted them out. It seems like Royal Prince Yang intends to send Miss Yu back to the general's estate." The latter part of Su Ran's response seemed to have a deeper meaning. "Oh, Junyang is already 19, right? Most similar-aged men in the capital have children who can already help with errands." He, on the other hand, always regarded the noble young misses in the capital as ferocious tigers. He would avoid them as much as possible. If he can't, then he would pull a long face and scare them off. "We thought that the kid would be single for the rest of his life, but we didn't expect that he would suddenly understand love and fall for Miss Yu. But that lass is only 12 this year, right? That kid will still have to wait for a while." Zhu Junfan experienced a struggle within his heart, but he finally made a decision. Since he couldn't have possession of the treasure, he must ensure that the treasure would stay close to him for his usage. His imperial uncle, Imperial Prince Jing, was quite capable and had no greedy ambitions. His eldest son had a steady character, while his second son was radical. His third son had the most unpredictable temperament, but he was the most capable among the three brothers. Had it not been for Junyang's instability, he would have long put that kid in an important position and let him handle important matters. There was no way that he would let him constantly run off to Dongshan village. While he was deep in his thoughts, Su Ran, who seemed to have seen through his thoughts, thoroughly recounted what had happened earlier in front of Qianqing Palace. Zhu Junfan raised his brows. To be able to pull his younger cousin back from the verge of tyranny, that lass was really quite capable. There was a lid for every pot. The heavens must have specially prepared that young girl from the Yu family for that kid Junyong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have transmigrated back thousands of years to meet him. As his older cousin, Zhu Junfan was finally at ease to know that a girl who could control that kid had appeared. On second thought, it was fortunate that he didn't make the wrong decision of killing in order to obtain the treasure. Otherwise, that kid Junyong would probably go on a rampage and destroy Qianqing Palace. Zhu Junyong, who was riding on a horse and following the general estate's carriage, leaned over and looked into the carriage through the window. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Xiaosao, why were you so nervous in the imperial study? Did the emperor force you to do something?" Regarding her secret, it was already quite dangerous to have the emperor know about it, so there was no way that she would dare to disclose it to another person. Since ancient times, a person's heart was the hardest to predict. Royal Prince Yong took great care of her and her family, but who could guarantee that he wouldn't be interested in such a tempting treasure? No, nothing. It's just that the emperor thinks too highly of me. He wants me to cultivate wheat and rice grains that produce 1,000 catties per mu. I might have been a little dazed due to the pressure. Young royal prince, I didn't act improperly in front of the emperor earlier, did I? In order to avoid the earlier topic, Yu Xiaosao pretended to be at a loss. Zhu Junyong couldn't use his mind-reading ability on her anyway, so it was harmless to tell a little lie. Zhu Junyong looked seriously at the little lass. Since she didn't want to tell the truth, he wouldn't force her. He was willing to be a protector, who silently guarded her for a lifetime. It was just that he didn't know what the emperor's intentions were. For the two people on either side of the carriage, one was in an unsettled state, while a myriad of thoughts went through the other's mind. For a moment, they fell into a silence and only the crisp sounds of the horse's hooves and the wheels rolling over the road could be heard. Zhu Junyong escorted her to the main entrance of the general's estate and looked at the doorkeeper, who hastily opened the side door to welcome the young Mrs. return. An idea came up in his mind, so he said in a soft voice, "You're now someone who has to deal with official matters. In the future, the supervisor of the imperial plantation and lower-ranked officials of the Ministry of Revenue will come ask for advice from time to time. Even Minister Liu might also come to disturb you. Therefore, it will be inconvenient for you to stay at the general's estate. This prince has a small and exquisite house nearby. If you need to, feel free to use it." Yu Xiaosao considered it carefully, and then declined the offer. "My father will go back to Tanggu town in a couple of days. There are a lot of matters that he needs to take care of at our farmstead. Since the emperor is paying close attention to our farmstead, we must manage it properly. My father was granted the position of a 7th-ranked official, so he should naturally take responsibility for his duties. In this way, I'll be the only one staying in the capital. My godparents would definitely be worried and not let me move out. At best, I can ask my godmother to let me reside in a separate courtyard with a side door." Zhu Junyong didn't force her anymore. The little lass was only 12, which was an age when the children of other families would be acting like a spoiled child in front of their parents. If she really lived in a house alone, he wouldn't feel at ease, let alone others. As the two of them talked at the door, a head peeked out from the side entrance. With a closer look, it turned out to be one of Yu Xiaosao's maid-servants, Shichun. Yu Xiaosao wasn't very good at coming up with names, so her godmother helped her name the head maid-servants in the courtyard. Yingtao was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan village, while Yangliu was responsible for the braised food shop in the capital. The other two girls, Wudong and Pippa, had more ideas in their heads and were less loyal than the others. Thus, they were only responsible for serving her daily life. However, she was now granted a position of a government official and was responsible for managing the imperial plantation. So, she needed to urgently train some capable assistants. For the names of the second-ranked maid-servants, she had plagiarized the names of several of the young misses of the Jia family in dreams of the Red Chamber like Tanchun, Shichun, Yingchun, and Hecken. The name, Yuanchun, was too eye-catching, so she didn't use it. Her godmother praised that the names were artistic and well-named. Anyway, dreams of the Red Chamber didn't exist in this era, and that Cao Xueqin wasn't even born yet. Why should she feel shameful about it? Thus, she shamelessly accepted the compliment. Among the 4 Chun, there were 2 who were capable. For example, Shishin, who was currently in front of her. With a clever and flexible mind, she never did things sloppily. She was also capable of working independently. Most importantly, this girl was absolutely loyal to her, and she also somewhat idolized her. Since she was bestowed a position of an official, this girl always looked at her with little stars in her eyes. The girl obeyed everything that she said like it was an imperial edict. Moreover, she always completed her assigned tasks in a strict manner. At this time, the young maidservant dashed over at full speed with excitement in her eyes. Before she had even caught her breath, she eagerly said, "Young miss, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue has been waiting at the estate's study for a long time." Yu Xiaosao knew in her heart that he must have come for her potion, which was good for the growth of crops. She glanced at the last Shichun and noticed that she was currently staring admiringly at the official's gown that she was wearing. Zhu Junyang reached out to help fix the crooked jade hairpin on Xiaosao's head, and softly said, "Minister Liu is seriously such a workaholic. It's already this late yet he's still staying at another person's house with no intention of leaving. You should go and send him away. This prince will take you to the imperial plantation tomorrow morning. Go to rest earlier. Have your maidservant burn some calming incense for you and brew a cup of soothing tea." Yu Xiaosao's heart warmed up because of Royal Prince Yang's concern. She nodded her head obediently like a gentle kitten, waved goodbye to him, and then followed Shichun to the study in the outer courtyard. Minister Liu had already drunk the nth cup of tea in the study, and his intention was very obvious. The faster he could get the pesticide and spray it on the corn seedlings, the sooner he could feel at ease. Today was the first day that the 18 grain shops in the capital started selling corn seeds, and it was extremely popular. He heard that the villages around the capital had been notified in advance, so under the leadership of the village heads, the villagers were rushing to the capital. He reckoned that the stores around the grain shops would have decent business in the next few days. He had hurried over to the general's estate in order to share the news with Miss Yu. He hadn't expected that she got summoned by the emperor right after lunch. It seemed like the emperor shared the same view as him. The current priority was to increase the output of crops so that the common people wouldn't have to starve. Minister Liu sighed when he thought about the problem of people's livelihood. In the past 2 years, the north had been suffering from drought and locust plague. Fortunately, the emperor made a timely decision to send Royal Prince Yang to transfer grain from the south to the north via waterway so as to avoid widespread starvation. The emperor had racked his brain in order to ensure that the people wouldn't starve. If these high-yield crops could be popularized and every family had surplus food, they wouldn't be thrown into chaos in times of disaster. The sun was slowly moving closer to the west. Miss Yu had been in the palace for the entire afternoon, so it was apparent how much importance the emperor placed on her. Those officials, who discriminated against Miss Yu because she was a girl and tried to stop the emperor, should have realized their mistakes now, right? Miss Yu didn't get the position of an official to be an ornament, but instead she was an official who worked diligently. She was much more capable than those fellows who held a position but didn't do any work. From now on, he could finally take his hands off the matters of the imperial plantation with ease. In the past 2 years, he was seriously exhausted from running back and forth between the Ministry of Revenue and the imperial plantation. He believed that the imperial plantation's experimental fields would thrive under the management of Miss Yu. Just as Minister Liu held up his 8th cup of tea and felt too full to stomach it, he heard some movement outside of the study. A moment later, Yu Xiaosao, who dressed in a red official's gown, came in from outside, and she was followed by a young maidservant who couldn't hide her excitement. "Official Liu, you must have waited for a long time." Minister Liu was a second-ranked official, so he had a much higher status than her, who was just a low 6th-ranked official. As a lower-ranked official, she should show proper respect to the higher-ranked official. Minister Liu didn't wait for her to finish her bow and stretched out his hands to stop her, saying, "You, official Yu, please don't be so courteous. Quickly have a seat." After staying in the imperial study for the entire afternoon and suffering a fright, Yu Xiaoxiao really did need to sit down for a rest. She politely asked Minister Lu to sit down and had someone get a new pot of tea before she sat down. Miss, Official Yu, may I know how much of the pesticide you have on hand? Minister Lu almost called her Miss Yu, but when he saw the small official's gown on her body, he quickly changed his words. Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Official Lu, you're a higher-ranking official and an elder to me, so you should just call me Xiaoxiao. It sounds more cordial. When you say, Official Yu, I almost thought that you were calling my father. Originally, with Minister Lu's rigid temperament, he wouldn't easily change his way of speech. However, the young girl in front of him was about the same age as his granddaughter. She also spoke and behaved in a very amiable and lively manner. Thus, people couldn't help but to feel a sense of affinity towards her. He smiled and said, Then I'll call you, Miss Xiaoxiao. As long as he didn't insist on calling her Official Yu, it didn't matter what he called her. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up her cup of tea to moisten her throat, and then said, Xiaoxiao really admires Official Lu's dedication to the people. But, I didn't bring a lot of the potion with me this time. I just have some samples for the Emperor and officials to look at. Seeing Minister Lu's eager and anxious expression, she quickly continued, But, after seeing the Emperor last time, I started to work on gathering the ingredients for the medicine. I almost have all of them now. It's getting late now, so it's a little late to leave the city. I'll work overtime tonight to make more potions so that tomorrow's work won't be delayed. Since Yu Xiaoxiao said that, Minister Lu could only suppress the anxiety in his heart. He nodded and said, Then I will have to trouble Miss Xiaoxiao tonight. This old man will come over early tomorrow morning. Official Lu is being too polite. One really needed skills when interacting with officials. How was she going to survive in the future? After sending away Minister Lu, Yu Xiaoxiao stretched her back and put her legs up on another chair. Shichun alertly crouched down beside her and helped her massage her tired calves. This was the scene that Fang Zizhen saw when he came in. He chuckled and said, Oh, who is this lord? You don't have a very high rank, yet you're quite haughty. If your godmother sees you, she will definitely nag you for several days. When Yu Xiaoxiao was appointed as an official, Fang Zizhen was very happy for her for a while, but Lady Fang was very worried. As a girl, she wasn't staying in the inner court and learning how to manage a household, but instead she had to deal with a bunch of men. What would outsiders think about her? Perhaps, many of the people who were on bad terms with the general's household had already prepared snacks and were waiting to watch a good show. Lady Fang had originally planned on having her goddaughter move into the estate when she was around 12 or 13. She wanted to fix her temperament, teach her things that a young lady should know, bring her to some flower appreciation gatherings and tea parties, and find a good marriage partner for her. Now, that royal Prince Yong, who was rumored to be the cold-faced death god, followed her everywhere without any sense of propriety. This caused her close friends to ask her whether she decided to let her goddaughter be the royal prince's concubine for the sake of her husband's future. Was she that kind of person? She knew very clearly herself how much she cared about Xiaoxiao. She treated her even better than if she was her biological daughter and wanted to give her all the best things. Especially in terms of marriage, she didn't want her to be mistreated. Why would the rumors turn her into a shameless person who wanted to send her goddaughter to be a concubine for the sake of her husband's future? Lady Fang felt very wronged. The emperor also joined in and made things worse. If he wanted Xiaoxiao to help with matters of farming, he could just privately send an imperial edict or give an oral order. Why did he have to go through all that trouble to summon her to the imperial palace and make her a little sixth-ranked official? Wasn't this just making things hard for people? Since ancient times, how many women were able to become government officials? Even Shangguan Weiner, who served Empress Regnant Wu Zetian, didn't have a good ending. Which of those officials in the imperial court weren't proud and arrogant? Which one of them would be willing to let a woman be an official in court? The emperor had sent out an imperial edict, but besides the emperor and Minister Lu, who genuinely cared about the good of the people, how many of them really had a good opinion of her family's Xiaoxiao? How was this being favored by the emperor? This had really destroyed all hopes for her goddaughter marrying a son of an official. Which of those young masters of aristocrat families and scholars who failed the imperial examination would be willing to marry Yu Xiaosao, who constantly worked outside the house and had a government post that people ridiculed? When the imperial edict was announced, Lady Fang was so angry that her chest started to hurt. Your Majesty, you're seriously so annoying for doing this. Yu Xiaosao, who was being teased by her godfather, knew about her godmother's concern. She giggled and put down her legs. After greeting her godfather, she said, I won't occupy godfather's study any longer. I'll go back to my courtyard to change my clothes so that godmother won't see me wearing this official's gown and say that I look out of place and feel angry again. When Fang Zizhen recalled what his wife told him last night, he sighed and said, your godmother is seriously thinking about your future. Think about it. Many of those young masters of the noble families in the capital don't even have a position as a sixth-ranked official. Which young man with some reputation would want his wife to be more capable than themselves? Your godmother is worried about your future marriage. Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, laughed nonchalantly and said, I know. That godmother wants the best for me. My father said that he wanted to keep me until I'm 18, so isn't there still 6 to 7 years? A person who sincerely loves and values me won't be blinded and shackled by those common views. I, your daughter, don't want someone who thinks too much, is restricted by his concerns, and despises women in his heart. To be able to meet a man who genuinely loves me will be a blessing, but if I don't, then that's life. Let's leave it up to fate. In the future, if I don't find someone I like, I'm fine with living by myself. With godfather, godmother, and little Linlin around, would you guys just watch me starve and get bullied? Ha ha, what are you saying? Why would my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter be worried about not being able to get married? Our Xiaosao is so talented. At a young age, you're an even better cook than the imperial chefs, and you also know how to earn money. Those who look down on us are blind, so they don't deserve our Xiaosao. You're not allowed to talk about being single for the rest of your life anymore. If your godmother heard it, she would probably lie in bed for nearly half a month. Fang Zizhen glared at the little lass and chided. Yu Xiaosao wasn't afraid of her godfather, but she was a little scared of facing her godmother. It wasn't that her godmother treated her badly, but it was because she treated her too well. Her godmother was always trying to do what's best for her and strived to turn her into a virtuous noble young lady. Her heart ached when she thought about having to walk, speak, and act in a restrained manner like a monkey controlled by the band-tightening spell. Yu Xiaosao made a funny face at her godfather, and then walked back to her courtyard with Shichun. As soon as she entered, a round ball-like figure tottered over and hugged her leg. He looked up and called, older sister, in a babyish voice. Oh, little Linlin, why are you at older sister's courtyard? Are you waiting for me to come back? She bent down to pick up the little fellow, which really required some strength. The little guy was quite heavy. Fang Howland's wet nurse smiled happily and said, eldest miss, right after you went out, the young master has been looking for you. Like this, he has been waiting for the entire afternoon. During the wait, he asked about you many times. If you had come back any later, our young master will probably throw a tantrum. Lady Fang had long instructed all the maidservants and senior servants in the estate to treat Yu Xiaosao like the legitimate blood-related young miss of the household. They must never slight and disrespect her. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the estate after a beating. In addition, the madam's 4 personal maidservants were all very respectful to the young miss, so the others didn't dare act in a reckless manner. The wet nurse was also a clever person. From time to time, she would bring the young master over to the young miss's courtyard for a visit. There was an older sister who he couldn't help but want to get closer to and a lot of snacks that he had never eaten before, so the little kid Fang Howland would visit his older sister's courtyard 3 times a day. He would always stay until it was time for lunch or dinner before leaving. Yu Xiaosao carried her younger brother back to her room. The news of the young miss's return had spread to the courtyard as soon as she entered the estate. At this time, hot water had already been prepared in the washroom and Pippa was waiting on the side with a set of clothes the young miss usually wore. Pippa, give the young master a peach to eat. It's almost time for dinner, so just feed him half of it. Yu Xiaosao handed the heavy ball of flesh to the wet nurse. It was only a short walk from the entrance of the courtyard to the room, but her arms were already sore. Later, when the little guy could walk steadily, she must suggest to her godmother to not let others carry him. He should run around himself as exercise, lest he turn into a big fatty and couldn't find a wife. She couldn't help but laugh out loud at that thought. She was seriously worrying over nothing. With her godfather's background as a military official, would he just let his only son grow up in the inner courtyard? Perhaps, her godfather was now making plans to have his son practice basic martial arts when he was 3 or 4 years old. After she took a simple bath and changed into a comfortable set of clothing, Yu Xiaoxiao took her younger brother, who had finished eating more than half a peach, back to the main courtyard. Lady Fang had been waiting in the room for a long time. Lady Fang let the wet nurse carry the little fellow, who wanted to stay by his older sister, away, and then asked with concern, "Why did you go for so long? Did the emperor make things hard for you?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her godmother's face looked somewhat sallow and the dark circles under her eyes were very apparent. It was obvious that she hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. She quickly went forward, held her hands, and said with a smile, "Godmother, His Majesty has always been kind, so why would he make things hard for a little girl like me? The emperor is worried about farming and asked me a lot of questions about farming. Don't worry, the task that the emperor assigned me is something that I'm good at. I definitely won't disappoint you and His Majesty." Lady Fang patted her daughter's soft, delicate hands. This was a pair of tender and fair hands that even the noble young misses couldn't compare with. This pair of hands should be doing needlework and casually flipping through the books at home. At times, she could tend the flowers and plants, or make some pastries and drink some tea. But she was now working with a group of officials from the Ministry of Revenue to help tend the crops. It wasn't that she looked down on women who helped their family do farm work. She didn't say anything in the past when her daughter helped her family grow vegetables, grow watermelons, and make braised food. She had unintentionally thought about troublesome matters again. In a short period of time, Lady Fang had sighed numerous times. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly pacified her, "Godmother, I was granted the position of an official because the emperor acknowledges my ability. I'm responsible for managing the imperial plantation, which bears the emperor's expectations for me and his love for the people. When I get back to Dongshan village and my friends find out that I have become an official, they will be so envious." Seeing that Lady Fang still appeared very worried, she continued, "Godmother, whether it's a punishment or reward, it's still a grace from the emperor. Besides, I like this job. As long as the crops are planted well, wouldn't your daughter be in charge of the entire imperial plantation and the mountains around it? We can plant all kinds of fruit trees on the mountains and leave a portion of land to grow vegetables and melons. In this way, we can harvest vegetables in the spring and reap melons in the summer. Not only will it be convenient for us to eat, but we will also get more income." "Nonsense. Since His Majesty has entrusted you with such an important task, you must do your work in a serious and honest manner. Don't do unnecessary things. If someone complains about it and the emperor wants to punish you, then you'll be in serious trouble." Hearing her words, Lady Fang had no choice but to accept the facts. Since things couldn't be changed, she had to give her the greatest support so that she wouldn't have any worries. She wasn't a good godmother. Her daughter was appointed as an official and summoned to see the emperor alone, so she must be very nervous and scared in this situation. Instead of supporting and helping her, she had fallen ill and needed her daughter to comfort her. She was really becoming more and more immature as she got older. In the past, when she didn't have a son, didn't she also bravely survive the groundless rumors in the capital? Why did she become so timid after becoming a mother? Her daughter was right. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it still couldn't be avoided. So there was no use in being afraid. The key was to know how to turn the bane into a boon. With her husband's position as a third-ranked general and noble title of Count Zongqin, author's note, the title was granted to him after the Woku incident. Would they not be able to find a good husband for their daughter? General Fang and his wife were worried about their goddaughter's marriage, but they would have never expected that a big-tailed wolf had been watching their precious goddaughter. The next morning, the other party had gone to their house, saying that he had been ordered by the emperor to escort the agricultural officer, Miss Yu, to the imperial plantation. General Fang, who had personally welcomed him into the reception room, clicked his tongue and complained in his heart, "My royal Prince Yong, can you make a reasonable excuse? A little official of the 6th rank can be easily found in the capital, how could they trouble you to come? You are a perfect example of a drunk who isn't interested in the wine, having ulterior motives." The two people each had a cup of tea, and Yu Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a red riding outfit, came out of the backyard. Shichun, Linglong, and Wudong, who followed behind her, were also dressed in clothes that allowed more movement. Linglong was originally Lady Fang's most capable personal maidservant. She was worried about her goddaughter's first day at work, so she had Linglong act as an assistant. In the future, some of the trivial matters of the imperial plantation must be handled by someone that could be trusted. Shichun was a young girl, but she was capable and none of her work was sloppy. Xiaoxiao planned for her to be her assistant after training her. As for Wudong, she would serve and follow Xiaoxiao. Wudong and Pippa saw that Yingtao and Yangliu, who were loyal toward their master, had respectable jobs. Even the head senior servants in the estate had to be polite upon seeing the two. Those two were originally like them, just serving maids in the young Mrs. courtyard. Now they were more powerful than those stewardesses in front of the madam. They were also able to have some standing in front of their masters. They, on the other hand, not only did not change in the slightest, but they also had lost favor with their master. Their identity and status didn't just differ a little. Wudong and Pippa felt extremely regretful. At first, when their mistress asked who would be willing to go to the countryside to serve the young miss, why hadn't they jumped out to express their loyalty? Otherwise, one of them would be in charge of the most famous braised food shops in the capital. In the worst case, they could have become a female steward of a pharmaceutical workshop. If they had known, the pharmaceutical workshop Yingtao managed didn't produce ordinary drugs but was the Tongren medicine hall pills and syrup that were hard to find in the capital, and all the prescriptions were in the hands of their sister Yingtao, they would have been so regretful that they would have found a block to tofu to knock themselves to death. When they came out of the general's estate, a clever red horse and a green shed carriage were waiting outside. The red horse was the foal that the general had given his goddaughter years ago, and now it has grown into a plump and sturdy adult horse. The little red horse was a very common breed, but upon being raised by Xiaoxiao, its hay was mixed with diluted mystic stone water, and its drinking water was also diluted mystic stone water. No matter how inferior the horse was, it would have been conditioned into a quality horse. Even General Fang's carefully selected beloved steed was not as good as Little Red. Only the fine steed under Royal Prince Yong could compete with it. The little red horse grew up with her master and the benefits of the mystic stone water for many years. This one might look like a little mare, but she has a proud temperament. Especially in front of Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse, she showed an air of defiance. When Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yong were riding side by side, the little red horse would constantly make petty actions. She would either intentionally use her body to push Royal Prince Yang's horse, which was called Fierce Wind, or frighten him by stretching out her mouth as if she was going to bite Fierce Wind when her master wasn't paying attention. Horses would resemble their masters. Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse wasn't a docile one either. With the exception of Royal Prince Yong, no one else could ever have the slightest chance of riding him. If you thought you would be able to jump on his back and subdue him with your riding skills, then you were very wrong. This horse was very strong, and many skilled riders had been flung off by him. Not only were they flung to the ground, but they were also almost seriously injured from being stepped on by his hooves. Now, this fierce thoroughbred horse was as tame as a sheep. No matter how Little Red provoked him, even if he was kicked in the legs, he didn't get angry at all. His big wet eyes looked at Little Red with tolerance, as if he was a good-natured gentleman indulging his lady's temper. Royal Prince Jun jokingly scolded Fierce Wind for being so useless and blinded by beauty that it allowed Little Red to play the domineering role. He even said that the beast was spoiled, and it would only be obedient after being disciplined. Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiaoxiao's raised eyebrows and her angry round eyes glaring at him. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "I'm talking about horses. Don't worry, how could I bear to hit you? Aren't you normally the one beating me?" He had changed his words quite quickly. Who was the useless didn't one, my lord? Steward Lu and Commander Zheng turned their faces in the opposite direction, for fear that their master would see their distorted expressions. Yu Xiaosao snorted coldly and said, "Fierce Wind's actions are called gentlemanly manners. There's a huge power gap between men and women. What kind of man would fight a woman? You're right, women are supposed to be cared for and pampered. Look at my family's style. There has never been a precedent for hitting women. My father is reluctant to even say anything harsh to my mother. I'm their son, so this fine tradition has been deeply rooted in my bones since I watched it growing up. So my future princess consort will be blessed." This shameless guy was speaking like Grandma Wong selling melons and praising her own products. "Oh, who is this? How can you have such thick skin? Looking to see if a young girl can be deceived and taken home with colorful words. Is this something that you, Royal Prince Yong, would do?" Alas, it's said that Royal Prince Yong has a cold personality and is a man of few words. Surely I didn't meet a fake Royal Prince Yong today. A fair-skinned and chubby man, who was around the age of 20, walked towards them. There was a hint of smile in his squinty eyes that gave him the appearance of a smiling tiger. He was wearing a brocade robe and the jade pendant on his waist seemed to be of great value. He fanned himself with the fan in his hands. Yu Xiaosao had heard that Royal Prince Yong had very few friends in the capital but a lot of enemies. However, with his skills and temperament, not many would dare to outright provoke him. This guy had a tone of finding fault the minute he opened his mouth. He didn't seem like a good person, but since he dared to come over to provoke Royal Prince Yong, he surely had a high status. She wondered if Royal Prince Yong would get in trouble for slapping him to death. The smiling tiger detected Xiaosao's unfriendly gaze. He opened his squinty eyes with a surprised face and said, "Oh. I was thinking it was Royal Prince Yong who was flirting with women on the street. Turns out that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Looks like I was too impulsive." Yu Xiaosao frowned, and her face suddenly became cold. This person had a face that needed a beating. How could he be so annoying? Her hand was itching to beat him up. What to do? Seeing that the little lass looked like a cat that had been offended and eager to show off her claws, Royal Prince Yong hurriedly urged his horse over to the smiling tiger, and punched him in the shoulder and said, "This mouth of yours. You must have been beaten up a lot over the years. When did you come back? Hee hee. All the beating that I've gotten in this life would never add up to the time I got beaten up by Royal Prince Yong. Back then, I couldn't get out of bed for 3 months." The chubby young man with fair skin retracted his crooked smile, looking less annoying. Zhu Junyang laughed and said, "This fellow, you are one to bear grudges. That happened when we were 10, yet you're still talking about it. Didn't I already send you a gift to apologize? You call that an apology gift? You dislocated my arm, broke 3 ribs and my tibia, and took half my life. Your father had to use force and cajolery to finally get you to reluctantly apologize, leaving the matter settled just like that. At that time, I was upset and didn't forgive you. My bones hadn't even recovered before they were broken again by you, this brat, with petty tricks. You even threatened me, saying that if I didn't forgive you then you would beat me up every time you saw me. My mother felt heartache and cried for me to admit defeat. If I wasn't worried that my mother would worry, only a ghost would forgive you. If the chubby youth wasn't riding a horse, he would have been jumping up and down." Zhu Junyang's poker face hadn't changed at all, but his words could choke someone to death. Who let you learn so poorly? If you have the ability, just win it back openly. You used so many little tricks over the years, but not once have you succeeded. Aren't you too shabby? The little fatty was so angry his nostrils flared like a mule's and said, "You think everyone is like you, practicing martial arts like they're desperate. Even your talent for it is surprisingly high. Let's not talk about me, just in the entire capital, can you find someone that can beat you? You're just a monster. All right, we wouldn't have met each other if we hadn't fought. The things of the past, why are we still fussing over it so much? Are you planning on leaving after coming back this time?" Listening to Zhu Junyang's tone, he has a pretty good relationship with this guy. At least, it was not the attitude of killing with a cold glare. The little fatty was unhappy and snorted a few times before he said, "It's also me who was the bigger person and was magnanimous. I pitied you for not even having a single person in the capital to speak to and just reluctantly became friends with you. Not leaving, not leaving. A few days ago, I just accepted the position of an Imperial Guard in the Yulin Division. I will take up the official post next month. Congratulations. This prince should get half the credit for you being able to get this job. If I hadn't spurred you on, would you even be able to get a job within the 12 divisions of Imperial Guards with your measly martial arts skill? In the future, I will urge you more, with all my heart, lest you let the Emperor down. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face didn't change, but his eyes were full of bad intentions. Oh, I should really thank you then. Your kindness will be remembered in my heart. This delicate body of mine can't handle being tossed about by you. If you have that spare time, you better practice speaking honeyed words, or thickening your skin, in case the lady dislikes you. The little fatty politely declined his good intentions. Although he never stopped practicing martial arts all these years, there was still quite a large gap compared to that monster Royal Prince Yang. Even Chief Steward Su Ran might not be able to beat Royal Prince Yang in a fight, let alone a small fry like him. If he fell into this guy's hands, he'd be half dead. Scared now? You weren't like this in the past. You would continue fighting despite setbacks and was full of valor and vigor. Now you've eaten so much that you have lost your nerve. Royal Prince Yang's sharp tongue was very powerful. If you know you can't do it, then it isn't brave, it's stupid. This is called changing my actions to suit the changing times. The fat young man could be said to be one of Zhu Junyang's few bad friends. This fellow's thoughts were simple and he worshipped the strong. He had very complex emotions towards Zhu Junyang, who had beaten him until his own mother almost didn't recognize him. Feelings of anger and dissatisfaction had swirled within him, and he was always trying to find a way to take his dignity back. However, he never took advantage of Zhu Junyang, a wolf cub 2 years younger than him, when the latter interacted with him. Zhu Junyang also never detected any malicious intent from him. So although they fought whenever they met, their relationship became deeper with each fight and they had somehow become best friends. This person wasn't of low birth. His grandfather, Lu Dewei, was one of the founding fathers of the country and was a strong general. After the Emperor Emeritus abdicated, the old general also retired. The Emperor urged him to stay many times, and even repeatedly went to his estate to invite him, but he refused to come back from retirement. None of his sons succeeded him. His eldest son received an empty title that had a salary but no political power. His second son took the path of the imperial examinations. At present, he was only a small official of the 5th rank. Thus, he may not be able to take upon bigger tasks in the future. His youngest son abandoned his official position and started a business, which was currently booming. At that time, the high-ranking old master Lu often lamented that his martial arts and military arts were unable to be imparted onto the next generation. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao, the only legitimate son of his eldest son, suddenly had a change in personality when he was 10 and pestered him to teach him martial arts. Although 10 was a bit too late to start learning, the little guy was talented. After learning for a year, he managed to catch up with those who had been practicing for 3 to 5 years. However, this kid didn't do him proud. His grandson learned his martial arts well, but he lacked practical experience. Old Master Lu didn't know who he had offended to get beaten to the point that he was black and blue with his eyes all swollen. Old Master Lu was angry but, at the same time, he refused to accept what had happened. He secretly searched for the perpetrator. In the end, he discovered that the culprit was a kid who was 2 or 3 years younger than his grandson. The way that kid fought was ruthless, as if he didn't care about living or dying. That type of callousness made old Master Lu feel a bit scared, but he also appreciated the kid's guts. At that time, with Lu Hao's martial arts skills, his grandson may have been that kid's opponent if he gave it his all. Yet, his grandson lacked the drive to give it his all. When he threw a punch, it was naturally weaker by about 3 fractions. Thus, every time he was beaten badly. At that time, old Master Lu's love of talent came up and he wanted to accept the kid as his last disciple. In this way, his mantle would be passed down and, in the future, his fat grandson would have a helper. However, as soon as he started asking around, he ended up inquiring all the way to the Emperor and Emperor Emeritus. This wolf cub was the grandson of the Emperor Emeritus, which was quite unexpected. With a regretful heart, he had to give up on his previous idea. With his worldly wisdom, No matter how talented Zhu Junyang was at the time, he couldn't accept the imperial grandson as a disciple. However, from time to time, his little grandson would go fight the other and he pretended not to notice. Since then, his grandson's martial arts skills had greatly increased. Although he came back black and blue every time from the fights, the kid always practiced more vigorously in the future. When Lu Hao was around 17 or 18, the old master threw him into the old army to gain experience. At that time, Zhu Junyang had just been granted the title of royal prince and got the task of heading to the west. Thus, this pair of bad friends only met up on the streets many years later. Some other day, I'll invite you to Junshou restaurant to drink wine. I'm still on the job. I'll take my leave from this point. Zhu Junyang looked at the sky. If he didn't say anything soon, he was afraid he would have to spend the night over at the imperial plantation. Although the layout of the imperial plantation wasn't bad, he had to consider that Xiaoxiao was a female. It wasn't good if word got out that a girl had stayed the night outside. There were already many people saying bad things about her since his last became an official. They couldn't let something else happen that would allow the others to gossip about her during their meals and tea time. Lu Hao took a look at Yu Xiaoxiao and his face showed a "this brother knows" expression. He smiled knowingly and said, "Okay, this brother won't delay your business anymore. In the future, I will be in the capital. Let's get together another day." The two said their farewells and Lu Hao nodded politely to Yu Xiaoxiao. He patted his horse's stomach and they passed by each other. Yu Xiaoxiao was very pleased with the way the two got along. No wonder there was a saying, "Qin Wei one still has 3 good friends." It was said that Royal Prince Yang had a solitary personality and was hard to get along with. In his darkest times, wasn't he considered quite lucky to have a friend beside him? After they passed the city gate, there weren't many people on the official roads. The people traveling were all people from the suburbs on the outskirts of the capital, carrying burdens to sell. When there were fewer people, the little red horse suddenly gave Fierce Wind a look full of provocation. The little red horse spread her 4 legs and ran like a gust of wind. Yu Xiaoxiao had a connection to her steed. When Little Red was making eyes at Fierce Wind, she knew what this horse wanted to do. She gently clamped down on the horse's belly and leaned forward slightly so that they were one. Before Royal Prince Yang could react, the one entity had already ran into the distance. The dust that rose from their run made him and head steward Lu cough. Zhu Junyang felt slightly exasperated and amused. He patted Fierce Wind's neck and said with a smile, "Fierce Wind, you are a good for nothing. The other has already thrown a challenge at your face. Hurry and pull out your fighting spirit for this challenge. If you lose to a woman, then you will lose your reputation as a Fergana horse. There are times to spoil a woman, but there are also times to show her your strength and dignity." When he finished speaking, with a shake of the reins in his hand, Fierce Wind chased the red figure that was growing smaller and smaller in the distance. As a Fergana horse, the title of 1,000-mile horse wasn't just for show. With the addition of Zhu Junyang's consummate riding skills, the advantage Little Red obtained with her head start slowly disappeared, and the distance between them got gradually smaller. When they were almost at the imperial plantation, Zhu Junyang had caught up with Yu Xiaoxiao. He drove Fierce Wind to keep the same speed as her, traveling side by side. The little red horse defiantly sped up, but, no matter how fast she went, the other could always keep up with her. After the little red horse ran for a while, she felt bored and slowed down on her own. "This little red horse of yours is pretty good," Zhu Junyang couldn't help but praise. Yu Xiaoxiao gently stroked Little Red's smooth mane and modestly said, "Little Red is good, but she can't compare with your Fierce Wind. The title of a Fergana horse isn't false." Zhu Junyang looked into her eyes with a doting look and softly said, "Daywan had offered several Fergana horses as tribute and one of them just recently foaled. I went to see it and it's a fine specimen, one that is hard to come by. If you raise it well, it won't be any worse than Fierce Wind. If you want to change horses, I can go ask the Emperor." Head Steward Li, who had been left behind in the dust, finally caught up in a disheveled manner. After overhearing their conversation, Head Steward Lu had a constipated look on his face and complex feelings ran through him as he thought, "My master, that horse has been born for less than a month. Who doesn't know that the emperor has earmarked it for the empress's little prince? They're just waiting for the young prince to get well and for the horse to get a little older before arranging riding and shooting courses. Consort Li also covets that horse and begged for it for the little princess several times, but the emperor didn't change his mind. Is it really good for you to outright snatch at the little princess things like this? Although he thought like this in his heart, head steward Lu didn't show anything on his face. He knew just how much his master valued Miss Yu. If a wisp of desire escaped her mouth, the master would get it for her despite all the difficulties. He prayed in his heart, Miss Yu, please resist. Maybe the gods and Buddhas pitied his loyalty toward his master as Miss Yu refused as he had wished. I think my little red is very good. Just like how important Fierce Wind is to you, Little Red isn't just a tool for me but also a close partner. As you know, all the animals in our family have intelligence. If I abandon Little Red, she will be sad. As if she understood her master's words, Little Red's defiant eyes became soft and gentle. Even her steps were light and made rhythmic sounds on the ground. However, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that this little horse held grudges. She might not do anything to Royal Prince Yang, who proposed replacing her, but she was definitely going to take actions against Fierce Wind in private. Just like the young man who loved her and would always tolerate her little temper and willfulness, Yu Xiaoxiao was willing to bet that Fierce Wind must also have some feelings for Little Red, which was why he was always so docile towards her despite her violence. She raised her eyes to look up at Royal Prince Yang, who occasionally looked over from time to time. Sure enough, a person with a certain personality would raise his or her horse into the same personality. In the future, this guy would definitely be someone who cherished his wife, right? If he could keep his promises, he would be a good marriage partner. Maybe. She needed to consider his proposal more seriously. After thinking more about this, she decided that she didn't actually reject the prospect of marriage as much anymore. Even in her previous life, one's choice in spouse may not be the correct one. After all, there were scumbags in every era. Why shouldn't they give each other a chance at happiness? Zhu Junyang noticed that the gaze of the person beside him had changed. Although he didn't know the reason for the change, his keen intuition told him that the change wasn't a bad thing. For no reason at all, his mood soared with the breeze, and even the rising summer heat had become lovely and amicable. The two of them silently rode side by side until they arrived at the imperial plantation. The carriage carrying Shichun and the others hadn't arrived yet. Yet at this time, many carriages had stopped in front of the imperial plantation. It seemed that there were people more excited than them. Sure enough, once they entered the imperial plantation, they discovered that Minister Lu had brought some officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the managers of the imperial plantation to wait for them there. Out of these people, some had met Xiaoxiao and knew her skills. Although they didn't admire her as much as Minister Lu did, they still gave the appropriate greetings. Some had eyes that were full of contempt. What could a girl around the age of 10 even do? She had only been awarded the title of a 6th-rank official on the whims of the emperor. If they didn't cooperate, what could she come up with? If she didn't have any achievements, then that meant she had no ability. When that time came around, wouldn't the matter of her office being taken be certain? The thoughts of these officials were already known by Zhu Junyang. He resisted the anger in his heart and remembered the names of the managers and officials who wanted to embarrass his lass. He was now prepared to find a chance to get at them. Didn't you want my girl to lose her job? Why don't I make you lose your job as an official of the court and never have the chance to turn your fortunes around? Those people who did not intend to harm the girl, for the time being, weren't in the position to say anything either. No, it was useless to scold these insincere people. Zhu Junyang stepped forward and stood next to Yu Xiaoxiao. He stood side by side next to her, expressing with his action that he was here to support. By the emperor's orders, whether it is the agricultural officials in the Ministry of Revenue or the stewards at the imperial plantation, everyone has to listen to agricultural officer Yu's orders. If you disobey her orders, then there will be severe punishment. Zhu Junyang's sharp gaze swept across the officials harboring bad intentions. He paused for a moment before he continued speaking. The imperial plantation has been given to the Ministry of Revenue and I to take charge of. I suggest that all the matters in the imperial plantation should be decided by the newly appointed agricultural official. Minister Lu, what do you think of my decision? I have no objection. In terms of farming, this old man is still an amateur. Miss Yu has far surpassed this old man when it comes to farming. This old man will be at ease if she is in charge of the imperial plantation. Next, Minister Lu introduced the officials and the stewards in charge of the plantation to Yu Xiaosao. He clearly stated all the details of what everyone was in charge of. Yu Xiaosao listened attentively. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue were all dispensable. For example, the official responsible for keeping records and the official in charge of the warehouse did not know much about farming. Therefore, she couldn't depend on them. The stewards in the imperial plantation did their job well and their arrangements were reasonable. She wasn't planning on taking any action for the time being. She only listened to their report quietly. After everyone finished their reports, someone reported that the carriage-carrying servant girls had arrived outside. Yu Xiaosao looked at the time and got up, saying, "The pesticides are here. Steward Wang, please help me ask the tenant farmers in the imperial plantation to gather here. After this official finish mixing the pesticides, we will begin the irrigation immediately. After all, the farms don't wait for the farmers to plant themselves." Steward Wang was personally sent here by the emperor. He was also one of the most dependable stewards under Su Ran. Because of Su Ran's positive attitude towards the Yu family and Yu Xiaosao, Steward Wang was naturally more respectful towards her and listened to her commands. Soon, all the workers in the imperial plantation slowly gathered around in the field carrying buckets and poles. These tenant farmers are divided into 10 different groups. Each group had a group leader in charge of mixing the proportions of the pesticide correctly. Once the well water was mixed with the pesticide, the water will be irrigated into the fields. Xiaosao had the little divine stone transform into a ray of golden light as it circled around the entire imperial plantation. Although the little divine stone didn't have strong powers right now, it was still able to improve the soil in the imperial plantation after circling around it. The spiritual energy in the field was now enough to support the growth of the crops in the field. The autumn harvest would definitely be bountiful this year. There were many people in the imperial plantation. Whether it was men, women, or children, they were all assigned a task. Even the stewards were ordered to work around the fields. In half a day's time, they finished irrigating 3,000 mu of cornfields. Minister Lu was unwilling to leave the field no matter what, so the officials from the Ministry of Revenue accompanied him around the sidelines of the fields. Looking at the small leaves of the corn sprouts glistening underneath the setting sun, it was a touching and verdant sight. Minister Lu stroked the beard under his jaw with a gratified smile on his face. "Miss Yu, I don't know if this old man is seeing things, but the corn sprouts looked much more alive after we irrigated the pesticide on it. It also seemed like they had grown a little." Zhu Junyang looked at him and his mind began to ponder. It seemed like he was trying to find an excuse to help Yu Xiaosao lie. "Official Lu, I think that's only a figment of your imagination. No matter how effective the pesticide is, it's impossible for it to have an instant effect on the crops. It's complete nonsense for plants to suddenly grow. All living things grow at their own pace. Agricultural official Yu is not an immortal, how can she have that kind of magical power?" Minister Lu also felt that. He was overly sensitive and laughed. "What Royal Prince Yang said is correct. This old man was probably too anxious to see results, hence, I began to see illusions." The agricultural officials around him all murmured in their minds. "Although we're unclear whether the corn seedlings have grown or not, we are certain that the corn sprouts appeared more spirited than this morning. The whole field is brimming with vitality and each blade from the fields is full of spirit. Is this all just part of our illusions?" Under the sky that was full of red clouds, a red and a black horse walked side by side on the spacious, smooth land. A tree with a crooked tree trunk would occasionally stretch its verdant leaves on its branches under the summertime light. 2 figures were dyed red from the sunset. One figure was petite and delicate, while the other figure was tall and lofty. 2 saddled horses and an ordinary green carriage followed behind the 2 figures. "What are you thinking about again?" Yu Xiaosao had her head lowered and Zhu Junyang could easily tell from her expression that she was pondering some important issues. Yu Xiaosao looked up at Zhu Junyang and asked, "Do you think the emperor will agree if I plant some fruits trees on the mountain behind the imperial plantation, or build a greenhouse to grow vegetables next to the imperial plantation to sell to the high officials and nobles of the capital?" He knew that this girl would never sit idly by. Just as he expected, she had only arrived at the capital for a few days, and she already wanted to utilize the imperial plantation. The imperial plantation was originally a place used by the emperor to cultivate and improve crops. As long as she successfully fulfilled the task entrusted to her by the emperor would not mind if she used the mountains near the imperial plantation for some personal benefits. There shouldn't be any problem if you don't take up the fields that are part of the imperial plantation. Why don't I write a memorial to the emperor and ask about it? In addition to helplessness, Zhu Junyang also felt a sense of admiration for the endless money-making ideas that came out from Xiao Xiao's mind. Writing imperial memorials was not her strength. Besides, the emperor will probably struggle to read her messy handwriting, which she had only practiced for a few days. Thus, she was naturally happy that someone else was willing to do it for her. However, if you want to build a greenhouse, you will need a lot of glass. Large pieces of glass are quite expensive. The several houses in the capital that have greenhouses only used it to plant precious flowers and plants. If you use the greenhouse to plant vegetables, it will take a while for you to earn a profit. Zhu Junyang remembered that the manufacturing department had recently received a batch of glasses of excellent quality, but he was uncertain whether the emperor had planned to use the glass or not. How likely would it be for him to succeed if he asked the emperor to give it to them? Yu Xiaoxiao calculated the cost in her mind. It simply wasn't profitable if she only grew vegetables in a large greenhouse. As Royal Prince Yang had said, the cost of the glass was too high, and the initial investment was too costly. It was not a cost-effective idea. Then, would it be possible for young Royal Prince to be able to obtain some fruit tree saplings? Saplings from last year's fruit trees work too. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that if she wasn't able to build a large greenhouse to grow vegetables this year, she should try planting some fruit trees first. When the fruit trees ripen next year, she could make them into canned fruits and earn some money from selling them. It was not easy to live in a large capital. Although the capital was a nice place to live in, it was expensive to live in the capital. She had to spend money left and right. Although she earned an official salary, the salary was not enough. 1 year's salary wasn't even enough to buy a hairpin or a bracelet in the capital. Therefore, she needed to expand her financial resources instead of only trying to save money. Zhu Junyang had a confident expression on his face. What type of fruit trees do you want? There are no fruit trees that I cannot get. Just tell me and I'll get it for you. Apples, oranges, peach trees, pear trees, apricot trees, and grapevines. Can I get a few of those first? When is the soonest you can get them here? Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't buy or sell the fruit trees from the south. They were too garish. The ones she listed were all common fruit trees in the north. Do you want them right now? Isn't the best time to plant fruit trees in the spring? Will the fruit trees survive if you plant them right now? Zhu Junyang was worried. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her small nose and snorted. She said in an arrogant tone, with my ability, is there anything that I can't grow? Just wait to eat some fruits next year. Zhu Junyang saw that the little girl's expression was quite similar to the expression of the golden kitten she raised. Her head was almost raised all the way back. He couldn't help but say, stop boasting so much. Be careful or else all your boasting will turn out to be empty. Stop looking down on people. Do you want to eat fruits or not? The little girl began to threaten him courageously. Zhu Junyang trusted the little girl's ability. He was only teasing her because he wanted to see her angry appearance. The peach tree in the back of the Yu family's house in Dongshan village was originally a wild peach tree on the mountain. The fruits on the tree were small and tasted slightly sour. It was not tasty at all. However, after the peach tree went through the meticulous care of the little girl, the peach tree produced large peaches that tasted as sweet as honey. The peaches were so soft that even elderly people without teeth could eat a few. There was also a grapevine in the courtyard. They were able to eat sweet grapes starting in April. The grapes from other people's homes started to go bad 2 days after it was picked. In contrast, the grapes from the Yu family still maintained its sweet taste a week after it was sent to the capital. The grapes were as large as a bull's eyes, and it was well received by the noble ladies in the capital. His lady mother became quite troubled after many noble ladies asked her where she got the grapes. He could imagine that if the little girl planted an orchard of fruit trees in the imperial plantation, it would be absolutely astonishing. It was very likely that the fruit business in the entire capital would be monopolized by her. It seemed like it was necessary for him to buy a few fruit shops under his own name. When the time comes, he could sell the fruits that the last grew. Wouldn't they look like an old married couple? With this plan in mind, after he sent Xiao Cao back to the general estate, Zhu Junyang wrote up a memorial that night and sent it to the emperor. Then he ordered his men to collect fruit trees near the capital. He collected only 5 or 6 trees of each type. He wanted to let the lass experiment with it first. It would be great if the fruit trees managed to live, but it also wasn't a big deal if the fruit trees died. After the morning court ended the next day, Xiao Cao was called into the palace again. Perhaps the last time she entered the palace had cast a shadow over her heart. Her heart began pounding as soon as she entered the palace this time. She didn't know whether the emperor would go back on his words and covet her multicolored stone. This time, Sir Su did not lead her to the imperial study but led her in the direction of the imperial garden. Sir Su, how is the emperor's mood today? She felt that it wasn't smart if she tried to inquire directly about the emperor's intentions. So, Yu Xiaoxiao thought that she could judge whether entering the palace this time was good or bad for her by knowing the emperor's current mood. If anyone else had asked such a question, Su Ran would have ignored them directly. However, since it was Xiaoxiao, Su Ran reminded her kindly, "Miss Yu, don't worry. The emperor probably didn't summon you for something bad. Don't worry." How could she feel at ease? Ever since the emperor had guessed that she had a golden finger, she had been feeling like there was a knife constantly hanging around her neck. The knife could fall down at any moment. Who knew whether the emperor would have a cramp one day and decide to kill her? Alas, it seemed like she needed to keep a lower profile. That being said, when did she ever keep a low profile? When she had no money, she made braised food and sold a lot of recipes on roasted chicken and duck to other people. She was even able to produce out-of-season produce and watermelons. Not to mention, she opened a braised food shop. This stack after stack of accomplishments, anyone with a discerning eye would easily be able to figure out her status with just a glance. Your Imperial Highness, please slow down. Be careful so you don't fall. It was unknown which palace servant had said that, but the voice came from behind the cluster of flowers not far away. Shortly after, Xiao Cao heard footsteps heading in her direction. Su Ran straightened up and bowed at the little figure that appeared in front of the two. He said, "This servant pays his respects to His Imperial Highness." Yu Xiaoxiao followed after him and bent her knees to salute the young prince. Perhaps the little figure had been running too fast because the young prince continued to rush towards Xiaoxiao. He was about to fall on her leg. Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and leaned over to support him with her arms. She said softly, "Be careful, don't fall." The young prince stabilized his footing and looked up at Xiaoxiao's eyes. After he frowned for a moment, he suddenly shouted in realization, "I remember you. The last time I was sick, you made sweet medicinal candy for me. You also know how to make seafood congee. Your Imperial Highness is quite clever. It has been a while since it happened, yet you still remembered. Your memory is better than ordinary people's." Yu Xiaoxiao praised the young prince. Her younger brother and little Linlin from her godmother's household were both little boys. Thus, she had her own ways of getting along with children. As expected, the young prince revealed a bashful but proud expression on his face. But he suddenly pursed his lips and said, "Why did you leave? The seafood congee made by the imperial chefs isn't as good as the one you made. Are you going to leave the palace after this? Why don't I ask my imperial father to let you work in the imperial kitchen? Is that okay with you?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the official's robe she was wearing and crouched down. She glanced at the young prince and had a soft smile on her face as she said, "If your Imperial Highness wants to eat seafood congee, I can make it for you after I visit the emperor. However, I can't work in the imperial kitchen because I have some official matters that I need to attend to." "Why, you are a woman, so what kind of important task would my imperial father give you? Isn't working in the imperial kitchen and serving me food a better job for you?" Since the young prince was born into the imperial family, he was naturally influenced by the imperial household's honor and arrogance. One shouldn't look down on children just because they were young. They still comprehended many things. As long as one patiently explained everything, they will gradually begin to understand. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to have the slightest impatience in her tone as she softly said, Your Imperial Highness, this humble official might be good at cooking, but that is not my best skill set. Oh, then what are you the best at? Is it medicine? That's not right. The official's robe that you're wearing is not one that an imperial physician would wear. The young prince's face revealed his confusion as well as contained some expectation. She was so talented at cooking, yet she said she had something that she was even more skilled in. She must be amazing. Yu Xiaoxiao continued talking with a smile. This humble servant is not the best at cooking or medicine, but farming. Farming. Is that when you sprinkle the seeds into the soil, wait for them to grow into small sprouts, and then finally harvest them when they grow into wheat? The young prince blinked his big eyes. His expression was both innocent and adorable. Your Imperial Highness is very smart. You even know about farming. Yu Xiaoxiao's words made the young prince feel that he was very intelligent. But he still explained honestly, My imperial father opened a small field in the northwest area of the imperial garden. He once took me there to farm with him. I also helped him put the seeds in the small holes in the soil. When harvesting time came around, my imperial father gave me a small sickle to reap the grain. Then, we used the wheat I cut down to grind it into flour. The flour was then used to make steamed buns. The steamed buns were tastier than the ones bought from outside. Your Imperial Highness even helped with farming. You really are really capable. Yu Xiaoxiao praised him and continued, Do you know why the emperor grew wheat in the imperial garden? I know. My imperial father said that there are many people in the world who don't have enough to eat. Each year, there are children around my age who starve to death because they have no food. Some children are even sold off by their parents in exchange for food. The young prince was indeed smart, so it was only natural that his knowledge was linked to the emperor's teaching. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said, That's correct. The emperor tries his best and thinks of many ways to prevent all the children in the world from starving and for all the parents in the world to be able to stay with their children. This humble official is good at farming. The emperor ignored the objections of the other officials and appointed me as an official. Now, I'm in charge of the entire imperial plantation. He did this in hopes that I will be able to cultivate high-yield seeds as soon as possible and distribute them to the people. Your Imperial Highness, please ponder over this question. Originally, 1 mu of land could produce 300 caddies of grains. But after the farmers paid the rent for the fields, the remaining grain could only keep the family from starvation. If the output per mu of land is increased to 600 caddies or even 1,000 caddies, what do you think will happen? The commoners will not only be able to have enough food to eat to their fill, but they will also have surplus left over. The young prince was only 6 or 7 years old, but he followed the emperor around and learned many things from the court. He also knew a lot about farming. The emperor often sighed before the empress on this matter. The young prince remembered that and asked, Can you grow 1,000 caddies of grain per mu now? Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head gently, and disappointment filled the young prince's eyes. However, Yu Xiaoxiao said firmly, This humble servant is working hard in that direction. Your Imperial Highness, have you heard of the Yu family from Tanggu town? Yes, my imperial father told me that the Yu family has grown wheat that yields 600 caddies per mu. If we can spread this across the country, then within 3 years, the people of the great Ming dynasty will have enough food and clothing. In addition, the world will stabilize. The Yu family has really done an outstanding service to the great Ming dynasty. The proud expression on the young prince's face was quite adorable and funny. Xiaoxiao almost reached out her hand to squeeze his face. Many thanks for the praise, Your Imperial Highness. This humble servant will definitely do my utmost and strive to plant wheat that will yield 1,000 caddies per mu. This humble servant will pursue this goal even until my death. Yu Xiaoxiao solemnly expressed her gratitude. The young prince looked at her in surprise and said, So, you are a part of the Yu family. Now that you have taken charge of the imperial plantation, can you guarantee that you can produce high-yield wheat that can also grow in the capital? This humble servant can guarantee that I will only produce wheat with higher and higher yield rates. Yu Xiaoxiao was confident in this aspect. Su Ran waited quietly on the side. When he saw that the conversation had come to an end, he said, Your Imperial Highness, the Emperor is still waiting in Jinlan Pavilion for official Yu. The Emperor has some questions for her. The young prince waved his hands at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "You can go visit my imperial father first to discuss your business. When you have free time, I will ask my mother to bring you to the palace to have a good chat with you." "Are you only going to summon me to have a good chat with you? Young prince, your words do not reflect your true heart. Do you feel embarrassed to tell me directly that you want to eat the food I make?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything and only bid the young prince farewell. She followed Chief Steward Su Ran and soon arrived at Jinlan Pavilion. "Little girl, you sure are brave to make me wait for so long." Zhu Junfan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a faint smile on his face. Steam began to rise from the pot of water that was being heated on top of the clay stove. He lifted his slender hand and lightly picked up the dragon-engraved Yixing clay teapot before he lightly poured the tea from the teapot into a cup. Chief Steward Su Ran took the Yixing clay pot from the emperor. His posture when he was brewing tea was pleasing to the eye and his voice was like a clear spring as he said, "We had bumped into the young prince when we walked through the imperial garden. As a result, we were delayed for a moment. After he recovered from his illness, his body has strengthened a lot. This is all thanks to official Yu." Zhu Junfan picked up the Yixing clay cup with a dragon carved on it, gently blew on the tea, took a small sip, and shook his head lightly. Even the best quality Da Hong Pao didn't taste as good as the wild tea the little girl made. Could it be due to the multicolored stone on her wrist? His gaze couldn't help but wander towards the multicolored stone on Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist. Suddenly aware of his stare at her wrist, Xiaoxiao only made matters worse by hiding her hand behind her back. She put on a fake smile and flatteringly said, "His Imperial Highness is blessed by the gods. Even if this humble servant didn't help, his illness would have still been cured. I only helped the young prince by allowing him to drink fewer bowls of bitter medicine." This humble official does not dare to take credit for the young prince's quick recovery. Saving Wenner from drinking all that bitter medicine is already a contribution. During the time when he was still ill, Wenner had nagged for you more than once. He insisted on arguing with his imperial mother that all the physicians in the imperial palace cannot compare with your medical skills. Zhu Junfan put down the teacup in his hand. The look in his eyes was unclear. Xiaoxiao laughed dryly. His Imperial Highness is overpraising this humble official. This official doesn't dare to compare her skills to the imperial physicians. This would mean that I will offend all the imperial physicians in the Imperial Medicine Bureau. In the future, if this humble servant has a headache or fever, none of the imperial physicians will be willing to help me. Su Ran glanced at her and thought, "Miss Yu, you cannot be too honest. You shouldn't have said that even if you were thinking that. Are you saying that the young prince had caused trouble for you? Moreover, you don't have the right to ask an imperial physician to personally go to your estate to treat you since you're only a 6th-ranked official. Unless the emperor grants it." Zhu Junfan motioned for Su Ran to leave and then he beckoned Xiaoxiao over. He pointed at the Yixing clay teapot and said, "With your medical skills, why would you need to summon a doctor to cure your fever or minor illnesses? You're being too modest." He continued to talk, preventing Xiaoxiao from opening her mouth and acting modest. "Ever since I drank the tea that you brewed at Dongshan village, the tea in the palace seemed to has lost its flavor. Come, help me brew a cup of tea so I can taste your craft again." Yu Xiaoxiao resigned to her fate and picked up the Yixing clay teapot. She opened the lid and tested the temperature of the tea inside the water with her hand. Then, she said, "For this type of tea, you can't use water that is too hot. You should use water that is around 80 degrees. The first time you boil the water is to wash the impurities off of the tea. The tea will taste the best on the 3rd and 4th brew." She knew only a bit about how to conduct a tea ceremony. She could only wash the tea awkwardly and pour another cup of tea for the emperor. Then, she instructed him to taste the tea. Zhu Junfan took a sip of the tea, frowned, and said, "Are you trying to fool me? I want to drink the tea that I drank in Dongshan village." Did she really think he asked her to come here to perform a tea ceremony? He could grab any eunuch in the imperial palace, and they could perform a tea ceremony much more professionally than her. She really was uneducated. End of chapter 430. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.